get up and go or sit and wait. It's up to you. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Bring your coat here in Central Florida.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is the first day of the legislative session in Tallahassee. Let me give you first a live look outside the state capitol where you can see the dome, the surrounding office buildings, and we know a lot of activity going on inside the Capitol as well. In fact, let me give you a live look right now inside the Florida House of Representatives chamber, where we are getting ready for a joint session. In fact, there is House Speaker Danny Perez. Looks like he's getting ready to gavel this session in. And we know the House and the Senate have both kind of gavelled in for initial things earlier today. What we're standing by for now is the State of the State address coming up in just a few minutes from Governor Ron DeSantis. So it looks like House Speaker Perez kind of calling everyone to order. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Let the Senate be received.
Senators continuing to file in there. From this shot, you can see House Speaker Danny Perez and Senate President Ben Albritton right at the top of the rostrum there, where they are going to be gaveling in this joint session here in just a moment. Senators coming in. We will see Governor DeSantis come in just a few minutes and begin his speech, delivering a State of the State address, as he does every year before a legislative session begins. And this one will be his final State of the State address as governor. He is term limited, no longer able to run in 2026. Interesting to note, new entrant in the governor's race to replace him. That announcement made just yesterday. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins announcing his intention to run, as we had been expecting now for several weeks. Governor DeSantis today expected to talk about a number of topics. I expect him to lay out some legislative priorities. We've seen some of his budget proposals. One of the things we also expect him to talk about today is artificial intelligence.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's go ahead and go back to the speaker here.
welcome to the House. Sergeant Kelly is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor and the Cabinet of Florida.
Let the Lieutenant Governor and the Cabinet be received.
There's Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, Attorney General James Uffmeyer, is the CFO Blazin
Sergeant
Golia
Hosford
shaking
is
hands with
recognized.
lawmakers as they
Mr.
walk
Speaker,
in.
the Supreme Court of Florida.
Let the Supreme Court be received. The joint session will please come to order. As is customary on this occasion, it is my honor to present the gavel to the President of the Senate with the request that he preside over these proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chair declares a quorum is present. Members and visitors in the gallery will please rise for the prayer. Today's prayer will be offered by Representative Dana Trabulsi. Representative Trabulsi, would you please come up to the well and offer the prayer?
Good morning. Let us pray. It's good to see you, Mr. Mazzullo. Heavenly Father, we come to you today with grateful hearts and humble spirits. We thank you for the privilege that we all have to serve this great state of Florida. We ask that you grant us wisdom beyond ourselves, clarity in moments of uncertainty, and courage when faced with difficult decisions. Lord, the decisions that we make matter, and they hold weight. We ask you that you please help us to serve with integrity and respect. Lord, we ask a special blessing for our families and our staff as they sacrifice alongside of us. And we ask that with only the armor that you can provide, that you wrap the men and women of our state and our country who protect us in your armor. And above all, Lord, We ask that you remember and you help us remember that leadership is not about power. It is about respect. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Members and visitors in the gallery, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by Senate Pro Tem Broder and House Pro Tem Duggan.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members, please be seated. For what purpose does Leader Soroy rise?
To make a motion, Mr. President.
You are recognized.
Mr. President, I move that a committee be appointed to notify the governor that the joint session is assembled and ready to receive his message.
Leader Soroy moves that a committee be appointed and notify the governor that the joint session is assembled and ready to receive his message. All in favor say yea. All opposed say nay. Show the motion approved. On behalf of the Senate, I appoint Senator Hooper, Senator Roussan, Senator Wright, and Senator Boyd, who will serve as co-chair. On behalf of the Speaker, I appoint Representative Baker, Representative Dunkley, Representative Kendall, Representative Weinberger, and Representative Porras, who will serve as co-chair. The committee is excused to perform its assignment. Okay. Members, guests in the gallery, it's my pleasure to introduce two special guests who have joined us for this ceremony. Speaker Perez's wife, Stephanie Perez, and my wife, Missy Albritton. These being a presiding officer takes an incredible amount of time. And these two women have made sacrifices on behalf of you and I and the entire Senate and the entire House. And that is an incredible blessing. Incredible blessing. The joint session will stand in formal recess to await the arrival of the governor.
Waiting the arrival of the governor and DeSantis delivering his final State of the State address. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will get you back in time for the start of that address. You won't miss anything. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are standing by awaiting the arrival of Governor Ron DeSantis, where he will deliver his final State of the State address in front of a joint session in Tallahassee. In fact, I believe I see Governor DeSantis there getting ready to walk in. Right now, members of the House, the Senate, the Florida Cabinet, the Florida Supreme Court are getting the chance to meet, chat. You see some lawmakers taking pictures with each other. I see Corey Simon there taking photos. You see Senator Joe Gruters, who is now the head of the Republican National Committee, speaking as well with some other lawmakers. Carlos Guillermo-Smith, Democrat from Orlando, at the very front, speaking there with some fellow lawmakers. So just the chance to meet and mingle as these lawmakers convene once again in Tallahassee. I see Senate President Ben Albritton, it appears, trying to make his way back up to the rostrum there, where he will join House Speaker Danny Perez, and he is presiding over this joint session where Governor DeSantis is set to lay out his legislative priorities for the final time in office. This is the final regular session that he will be governor during. We have heard him talk about some of what he wants to see. We know property tax relief is a big thing that lawmakers are working toward, and in some ways disagreeing with DeSantis on. In some ways, we expect him to talk about the artificial intelligence and some state regulations on that. But let's go ahead and listen in.
You are recognized.
Mr. President, the Governor of Florida.
Let the governor be received. Members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce to you the governor of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
I need to introduce something. I'm good. As long as my speech is here.
Yeah. And also joining us in the East Gallery is Casey DeSantis. The governor.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. My fellow citizens, 7 years ago, I stood on the steps of the old Capitol building to articulate a new vision, launch a bold agenda, and make a promise to produce big results. Today, I stand here in this chamber to report that together, we have made good on that agenda. We have been faithful to that vision. We have delivered big results, and we have set the standard for the rest of the country to follow. We are the free state of Florida. This year marks the commemoration of America's 250th birthday. As we reflect on that transformational revolution, we can proudly claim that it is our free state of Florida that best represents that enduring spirit of 1776. Of all the 50 states, it is our Sunshine State that best fulfills the Founding Fathers' vision of a Republican government that protects freedom, promotes opportunity, and provides an open field and fair chance for people to make the most of their God-given ability. The central question the Founding Fathers sought to answer was not about taxation, representation, or even the legitimacy of monarchy, as important as those issues were, but it was even more fundamental than that. The Founding Fathers were students of history. They studied the history of every republic that had ever existed. They recognized the common thread that united the experience of each and every one of those prior republics, and it was simply this: every one of them had failed. The founders believe, in the words of Alexander Hamilton, that it fell to the United States of America to determine whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they're forever destined to depend on their political constitutions on accident and force. These were big questions. Could people actually govern themselves? Could a nation based on natural, God-given rights long endure? Could government power be successfully limited by the rule of law and a written constitution? Or was mankind destined to live under various forms of despotism? The United States was founded to be that last best hope on earth, to be the country that would, once and for all, answer those questions. Contained in the Constitution were necessary but not sufficient conditions to ensure the success of the American experiment. In fact, a decade after the call for independence was made, Benjamin Franklin walked out of the Constitutional Convention. Having worked in Philadelphia to craft a proposed constitution, he was approached on the street because they had been meeting in secret. And he was asked, "Dr. Franklin, have you given us a republic or a monarchy?" His response was, "A republic if you can keep it." The best Declaration of Independence and Constitution in the world do not run on autopilot. As President Reagan reminded us, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not passed along in the bloodstream. It must be fought for. It must be protected. Future generations. Now, as elected officials, we're tasked with dealing with important issues affecting the lives and liberties of our people, from taxes to education to crime and the environment and everything in between. But on the most basic level, we and the people we represent, as inheritors of the American legacy of liberty, are charged with answering that original question about the capacity of we, the people, to govern ourselves. And you look around the country right now, and there's no doubt some reason for pessimism. In the past decade, we've seen cities like Chicago and San Francisco be destroyed by failed ideologies. We've witnessed once dominant states spark an exodus among their own citizens due to their own harmful policies. And even as we cheered the removal of a Marxist dictator in Venezuela, we saw the election of a Marxist mayor in our nation's largest city. Yet here in Florida, there is cause for optimism. We are showing that it can be done. We're proving that freedom can be preserved, that order can be maintained, that opportunity can be expanded, and that self-government can, in fact, endure. We lead with clarity, conviction, and courage. We recognize that while words can be meaningful, it is deeds that are ultimately the most powerful. Results are what matter the most. And we, more than any other state, have delivered those big results. 7 years ago, Florida had a weak rainy day fund and modest budget reserves. Today, working together, we have more than tripled our rainy day fund and more than doubled our budget reserves. In the past 7 years, we've retired almost half of all of Florida's taxpayer-supported debt that had been accumulated throughout the entire history of our state. And because the legislature has supported efforts to accelerate repayment of this debt, we've saved more than $1 billion on principal and interest costs. Florida has spent conservatively. We have one of, if not the lowest levels of spending per capita in the entire nation. And the number of state government workers per capita are less than half the national average and the lowest in all of these United States. We've proven that fiscal responsibility and limited government work. For the past 3 years, Florida's economy has been ranked #1 in the nation by CNBC. Florida represents about 6.5% of the U.S. population, yet since 2020, our economy has accounted for more than 14% of all new jobs produced throughout America. 7 years ago, Florida's economy was roughly $1 trillion. Today, it is approaching $1.8 trillion, an increase of close to 80%. If you stacked that $800 billion our economy has grown in these last 7 years in the air using $100 bills, that stack would extend 543 miles high, more than twice as high as the International Space Station. In the past 7 years, Florida has attracted more income than any other state has ever attracted over a similar period of time in the entire history of the United States of America. We continue to lead the nation in new business formations year after year, and one of the reasons we do that is because we are friendly to the taxpayers. Over the past 7 years, we have delivered a record of almost $10 billion in tax relief, nearly 3 times the relief that had been enacted in the previous 8 years. We've eliminated taxes on baby items, disaster supply, and completely eliminated the tax on business rent. We've also provided rebates on tolls for our commuters and a sales tax holiday on firearms and ammunition for our Second Amendment enthusiasts. We do not and will never have an income tax in the Sunshine State. I don't think there's any question that working together, we have made the state of Florida the most taxpayer-friendly state government of all 50 states. Now, 7 years ago, Florida's school choice options were capped. They were limited. Today, we have universal school choice and rank as the #1 state in the union for parental empowerment and education freedom. To better measure performance, we replace high-stakes testing with more reliable and consistent progress monitoring. In fact, today I can announce that the high school graduation rate for the 24-25 school year was 92.2%. That is the highest graduation rate in Florida history. Seven years ago, Florida had a modest approach to civics education and limited availability for speech and debate programs. Today, we are leading the nation with a renewed emphasis on civics education, and we offer the most robust speech and debate initiative in America. Back then, there was no state mechanism to ensure higher pay for our school teachers. We've since established a dedicated provision within the education budget solely for increasing teacher salaries. And Florida now has the highest average minimum teacher salary in the Southeast region. All told, we have provided a record of almost $6 billion towards this effort to better compensate our teachers. We also codified a teacher bill of rights that guarantees the right to teach in an orderly classroom, enacted paycheck protection against automatic school union dues, and prohibited students from using cell phones in the classroom. And that was not popular at the time, but it sure as heck is popular today. Seven years ago, many took for granted that education was held captive by the ideological fads championed by the political left. Not us. We've defeated attempts to force boys into girls' sports, to inject gender ideology into elementary schools, and to deny parents the right to direct the education and upbringing of their children. We have ensured that our schools have a duty to educate, not a right to indoctrinate. We have leaned into difficult issues such as child welfare. We started a faith and community initiative to lay the groundwork for a new approach that recognized government is not the solution to lifting people up. Under leadership of our First Lady, this idea was put into practice through our Hope Florida initiative that linked children and families in need with resources exterior to the government, including our churches and our charities. By leaning into our faith community, we have seen a historic 47% reduction in the number of children entering our child welfare system and seen more than 33,000 Floridians reduce their reliance on public assistance, netting a budgetary savings of almost $130 million on an annual basis. We have proven that a hand up is better than a hand out. Florida has the #1 ranked public higher education system in America, and we have, by far, the lowest resident tuition in the nation. We were the first state to eliminate DEI, to spearhead accreditation reforms, and to authorize the termination of tenured professors who perform poorly. 7 years ago, our universities had no special emphasis on the traditional missions of higher education. Now, we have programs like the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. As well as the Hamilton School for Classical and Civic Education at the University of Florida. These programs embrace the values that comprise the foundation not just of the American Republic, but of Western civilization itself. We reject the ideological fads that have diminished the value of higher education. We require our universities to be dedicated to the pursuit of truth, the honoring of merit, and the preparation of our students to be good citizens of this republic. We promised reform and we delivered the most far-reaching higher education reforms in the entire nation. Seven years ago, the momentum for the restoration of the Everglades had stalled, and our state was reeling from coastal algal blooms in 2016 and 2018. We made a pledge to jumpstart Everglades restoration, protect our coast from harmful discharges, and leave Florida to God better than we found it. Together, we have more than quadrupled the funding for Everglades restoration and water quality. We've completed a record number of projects, tripled the water storage capacity throughout the Glades, and advanced the completion of the EAA reservoir by 5 years. Now, as that Seminole wind blows from the Okeechobee all the way up to Micanopy, water flows south to Florida Bay, where salinity levels are the healthiest in decades, and coastal communities are protected against the discharging of polluted water into the surrounding estuaries. Even the flamingos have returned inside the Glades. This has been the largest environmental restoration in the entire country. You can now walk into the swamp, sit on a cypress stump, and see nature healing. The ghost of Osceola need cry no more. Seven years ago, we were charged with improving Florida's response to natural disasters. We enhanced coordination with local partners, facilitated more rapid power restoration, and surged needed relief to affected areas. We've now gone through 4 major hurricanes in the last 4 years, and each storm has witnessed the most robust response on record. Rapid rescue missions, massive resources marshaled and deployed, and the fastest power restorations in state history. We even rebuilt a bridge that had been destroyed in just a matter of 3 days. We've saved lives and we've helped our people rebuild their lives after these life-changing events. To our first responders and emergency management personnel, I say very simply, job well done. And we have made Florida the top law and order state in the nation. Public safety is paramount. Our law enforcement personnel deserve our support, and they have received it. We have blocked jailbreak policies and ensured that our state and local law enforcement officers get the backing that they need. We've enacted the death penalty for pedophiles and treated the fentanyl dealers that have poisoned our people as the murderers that they are. We rejected the movement to defund the police, refused to kowtow to rioting and looting, and have the strongest laws against retail theft in the nation. When a member of a group of thieves was interviewed on CNN and they asked, why do you steal in New York even though you like spending the money in Florida, the response was very simple from the thief: because in Florida they put you in jail. You're doggone right we do. Upholding the rule of law includes protecting our nation's sovereignty and enforcing laws against illegal immigration. 7 years ago, Florida didn't prohibit sanctuary cities and even provided taxpayer benefits such as in-state tuition. Today, sanctuary cities are banned. Those benefits have been repealed and incentives to come illegally have been reversed. Florida is the only state in the country that requires state and local cooperation with federal interior enforcement efforts. In the past 9 months alone, Florida is responsible for the apprehension of nearly 20,000 illegal aliens that have been turned over to the Department of Homeland Security to be returned to their home countries. Our people are safer because of these efforts. And we've accomplished so much more. Record support for congestion relief and accelerated transportation projects, the restoration and expansion of Second Amendment rights, protections for the sanctity of human life, ranked #1 for religious liberty amongst the states, unprecedented support for cancer research and funding, the largest Gulf red snapper season on record, and we're now working to expand that to the Atlantic, the most sweeping election integrity measures in the country, the kneecapping of ESG in our investments and within our electric grid, and working with President Ben Albritton, the most investment in rural Florida in history, not to mention 4 Stanley Cups, a Super Bowl, a college basketball national championship, and on Monday, God willing, we're going to have the University of Miami play for a national championship in their home stadium. Now, I've got a lot more in the tank, but you guys only have 60 days, and so I think it's best we get on with it. In short, we've held true to Benjamin Franklin's admonition that well done is better than well said. These results are what matter and are what sets Florida apart. Over the past 7 years, we witnessed a great experiment as different approaches to government have been tried in different states. States that have followed Florida's approach have seen population and business growth and have maintained healthy fiscal and budget posture. States that have pursued a different course have hemorrhaged population, income, and businesses, and many of them are in the midst of dire fiscal and budget crises. The results of this grand experiment are in. People have voted with their feet. We can confidently say that Americans prefer the warmth of Florida freedom to the frigidity of New York collectivism. results must remain our focus. Throughout the country, you see people get elected to office and they elevate superficialities over substance. It's almost as if accumulating media hits and social media likes is an end unto itself. Look no further than the U.S. Congress, where there seems to exist an inverse relationship between the number of strongly worded press releases issued and the amount of tangible accomplishments actually produced. We see so much bluster on cable news, yet so little follow-through when it counts. As Calvin Coolidge once said, the government cannot be run successfully by substituting the power of entertainment for the power of accomplishment. We have followed through and produced results on the promises we made to our voters. But we can't rest on our laurels. I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's response when he was chastised by the leader of the women's temperance movement in Britain. She said she admires Sir Winston for his statesmanship, but not for his drinking habits. If we added up all the brandy and whiskey and champagne you've imbibed over the years, she told them, it would fill up almost 3/4 of the ballroom that we're in right now. Churchill, kind of up in years, looked up at the ceiling and said, well, how little time left and so much more to do, and let's get on to it. Well, we have fulfilled our promises. We have more time, and we need to make the most of it. Florida might have the lowest taxes at the state level in the nation, but our citizens have been squeezed by escalating property tax assessments and millage increases at the local level. 7 years ago, local governments throughout Florida took in about $32 billion in property tax revenue. Last year, that number rose to a whopping $56 billion. We have residents that are locked into their homes because they can't afford the taxes on a new residence. Others have been priced out of the market entirely. And there are obviously other issues that affect affordability. The legislature, for example, has done very difficult but important work to enact reforms to stabilize Florida's insurance markets. And the results have been positive, as witnessed by the recent announcement of historic rate decreases for Citizens homeowners insurance and the consistent filings we're now seeing for rate reductions for both homeowners and auto insurance providers. But those markets involve a lot of factors beyond the control of state government. Taxes are solely the province of government. Tax relief is at the discretion of the people acting through our constitutional amendment process. You should be able to own your home without paying perpetual rent to the government. The legislature has the ability to place a measure on the ballot to provide transformational relief for taxpayers. Let's resolve to all work together, get something done, and let the people have a say. Florida's recent successes would not have been possible without taking a firm stand against the medical authoritarianism that swept the nation during the coronavirus pandemic. We chose facts over fear. We refused to allow Florida to descend into a Faucian dystopia where our freedoms were curtailed and livelihoods were destroyed. The use of coercion regarding medical treatments has been philosophically wrong and tactically counterproductive. People must have the right to make personalized choices about which medical products to consume or which medical interventions to undergo. Informed consent must be the touchstone. Let's make that the law of the land in the free state of Florida. Now, we're in the midst of major technological changes that will permeate our society for years to come. Artificial intelligence is touted as being the key to curing cancer and expanding America's military edge over our rivals. And perhaps this will be true. But this technology also threatens to upend key parts of our economy in ways that could leave many Americans out of work, and with consumers footing the bill for the cost of power-intensive data centers. It presents real perils for children and parents, as AI chatbots have already been linked to teen suicides. It can also further devolve our society into a focus not on substance but on online slop. Ultimately, these technologies will be designed by human beings. As Ecclesiastes instructs us, there is nothing new under the sun. The technology may change, the window dressing may be different, but human nature is what it is. An AI tool is only as good as the data that is inputted, garbage in, garbage out. Whoever controls the data inputs will have immense power to shape the reality for hundreds of millions, maybe billions of people in ways that could make the truth a foreign concept. Some have even suggested that this technology will displace human beings as the central players on Earth's stage. We have a responsibility to ensure that new technologies develop in ways that are moral and ethical, in ways that reinforce our American values, not in ways that erode them. We welcome technologies that enhance the human experience, but not those purporting to supplant it. We can never relieve ourselves of our responsibilities to think for ourselves as Floridians, as Americans, and most importantly, as the human beings that are made in the image of God. Now, there have also been many great ideas that have already been filed in the legislature as proposed bills. Legislators have proposed eliminating DEI in local governments, further disincentivizing illegal immigration, expanding Second Amendment rights, and blocking the creep of Sharia law. And President Albritton is continuing his efforts to bolster Florida's rural communities. My message is simple. Get the bills to my desk. In the spirit of 1776, I'm happy to put my John Hancock on those pieces of legislation. Now, Ben Franklin told us we could have a republic, but only if we could keep it. We are doing our part here in Florida to keep it, to keep what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty alive and well, to keep government within its proper limits, to keep the safety and well-being of the public at the forefront of all we do, to keep our public fisc in a healthy and sustainable condition. We are the keepers of the flame of liberty that burned in Philadelphia in July of 1776. We will not allow the flame to go out. We will answer the call. We will go forward with courage. We will take bold action. We will get the job done. God bless the free state of Florida, and God bless these United States of America.
The escort committee will please come forward to the rostrum and escort the governor from the chamber. Already gone. Disregard. We're going to disregard that. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the honor of presiding over these proceedings here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose does Senator Pasadomo rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion.
Senator Pasadomo, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move the joint session do now dissolve.
Senator Pasadomo moves the joint session dissolve. All in favor say yay. Yay. Opposed, no. Show the motion approved. The joint session is dissolved.
Joint session dissolved in Tallahassee, as we heard from Governor DeSantis speaking for about 30 minutes or so, where he talked largely about the American ideals and the Florida principles of freedom, how the state of Florida, he says, really keepers of the flames of liberty, and how the state is living up to the ideals and the beliefs and the vision of the founding fathers 250 years ago. He highlighted a lot of accomplishments since he first took office 7 years ago. As we said, this is his final address before a joint session as a new legislative session gets underway in Tallahassee. So he talked a lot about the things that they have done over the past 7 years, talked a lot about the economy, fiscal responsibility, school choice, education issues. He did mention Hope, Florida, which has faced some questions and scrutiny from lawmakers. Everglades restoration, education reform, improving natural disasters. Talked a lot about law and order and also illegal immigration enforcement and some other things as well. Before looking ahead to this upcoming session, talking about property taxes, saying, let's work together, get something done, and let the people have a say, wanting some initiative for property tax relief put on the ballot for voters in Florida to vote on. I talked about artificial intelligence, the opportunities of it, but also the, quote, real perils of it, and emphasizing responsibility for us to continue to think for ourselves. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Actually, no, because Senate Minority Leader Lori Berman just began her Democratic response to that address. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Ability crisis, attacked our local governments, and appointed his friends to high-paying positions on the taxpayer's dime. He's abused his emergency powers, wasted $250 million on Alligator Alcatraz with no-bid contracts to his political donors, and oversaw the Hope, Florida scandal, where millions of dollars in Medicaid funding were illegally funneled to a political campaign run by his chief of staff, a chief of staff who the governor then appointed as Attorney General. He's pushing an illegal, politically motivated redistricting effort to give Republicans an unfair advantage at the polls and take away power from the voters, a clear violation of the voter-approved Fair Districts Amendment. Governor DeSantis has consistently failed to put the needs of the people ahead of his political ambitions. Senate Democrats are putting Floridians first with our affordability agenda, because no matter what President Trump says, the affordability crisis is real, it's hurting Floridians, and it's getting worse. Over the last few years, everything has gotten more expensive, from the cost of groceries to the cost of housing. Property insurance in particular has grown to nearly double the average national cost. This affects everyone, whether you own your home or rent it. Nearly 1 million households in Florida are now struggling to afford their housing costs. And we all know we can't grow our economy if people can't afford to live here. As a first step towards relief, each member of the Senate Democratic Caucus has filed a bill addressing the property insurance crisis. These bills would provide financial assistance, cut taxes, and protect consumers. The governor and the House would prefer instead to cut property taxes, which would cripple our cities and counties. These bills are a distraction from the real affordability issues Floridians face. If you lower property taxes, people lose services, including waste collection, road improvements, fire rescue, and parks. If you lower the cost of property insurance, people get more money in their pockets. We have to work on practical solutions to bring down costs and hold insurance companies accountable. And we can't do that by threatening these services that families rely on every day. Our property insurance proposals are common sense ideas to make life more affordable. They deserve to be championed by legislators on both sides of the aisle. Senate Democrats are also working to address one of the biggest issues in Florida politics, the wasteful spending and abuse of power driven by the governor's office. Floridians shouldn't be paying a corruption tax for high-paying jobs for politically connected friends, sweetheart deals for allies and donors, and political stunts like flying immigrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. To that end, we're working to identify the ways our tax dollars are being misspent by the DeSantis administration and to recover those funds for the people. We've also filed a bill to end the multi-year state of emergency on immigration, which DeSantis has used to justify suspending 25 different statutes and rules, including requirements for competitive bidding, oversight of spending, and public transparency. Anything that goes on for more than 1 year isn't an emergency. It's a policy choice. Policy choices should be subject to the laws and rules of the state of Florida and to oversight by the Florida legislature, not to the whims of one man with a partisan political agenda. The Senate Democrats believe that it is time to put politics aside to build a brighter future for all Floridians. We all work hard for the same things: safety, respect, and better lives for our families. While some politicians would prefer to see us divided, Democrats are laser focused on what really matters: building a more affordable Florida for all of us. No one has to lose for all of us to win. We look forward to working with our colleagues in the House and Senate to build that brighter future.
Hello, I'm Fentress Driscoll, Democratic leader of the Florida House of Representatives. And today we heard the final State of the State address from Governor Ron DeSantis. For 8 years, he's been focused on culture wars, grabbing headlines, and an ever-growing list of grievances meant to keep people distracted and angry so that we don't notice that Florida is becoming too expensive for too many Floridians. That's his legacy: division, meanness, and a growing affordability crisis. While he vilifies local government spending, his proposed budget for 2026 is $24 billion more than his first year in office. But when we look around the state, we don't see a Florida that's flourishing. People are struggling in so many places. Traffic is awful, schools are underfunded, good health care is hard to find and expensive, and our bills like groceries and utilities keep going up while paychecks stay the same. Our neighbors don't feel the successes the governor likes to brag about. They don't care about his war on woke when they're struggling to pay the bills and provide for their families. While this is a governor who has been focused on making his mark politically, I would point out that making a mark and making progress are not the same thing. Working people are being squeezed while the governor chases headlines and his own ambitions. Next year, Ron DeSantis will be gone, but the working families and seniors of Florida will still be here trying to make ends meet. Cost of living is the #1 issue facing Floridians. We all hear it from our communities back home. They're telling us what they want their government to focus on. Tallahassee just needs to listen. And that's why, while Republicans are fighting each other, Democrats in the House and Senate have come together to focus on our affordability agenda. Our ideas would lower costs, put money back in the pockets of working families and seniors who need it most, and help us grow Florida for the future. The first idea, a national insurance compact. This would lower the cost of homeowners insurance by teaming up with other states to spread the risk from hurricane claims. It's time we used our collective power to lower rates and stop the insurance companies from taking advantage of you. Second, we're proposing the HOME Act, which stands for Housing Options Made for Everyone. This would make sure that affordable housing stays affordable and eliminate the dock stamp tax for certain first-time home buyers, saving families thousands of dollars as they grab the American dream of homeownership. And third, we want to refocus Florida's government, ending wasteful spending, corruption, and the expensive sweetheart deals the DeSantis administration has made with his donors. Florida's tax dollars belong to Floridians, and they don't want to see them wasted. These 3 ideas are just the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more we could do to improve our state. Florida could be a place where the economic opportunities are as impressive as our state's natural beauty. Government can't solve every problem, but we could do a lot more to help people across the state. Instead, DeSantis is focused on chasing a pat on the head from Donald Trump by doing his bidding on mid-decade redistricting. no matter what he says. This is an illegal partisan gerrymander happening because Trump asked for it. We all know that's what's happening here, and it's wrong. The Fair Districts Amendments to the Florida Constitution outlaws drawing maps to benefit one party, and that's exactly what Trump wants Republicans in the legislature to do. He wants to rig the midterm elections to prevent Americans, Floridians, us, from choosing who represents our communities in Congress. That's not what we do in America. People should pick their politicians. Politicians should not pick their people. As the curtain closes on the DeSantis era in Florida politics, we need to decide how we judge success. For too long, Tallahassee was focused on one man's ambitions and desires, while life got more and more expensive for the 23 million other people who live here. At the end of the day, the state of our state should be measured by how well Floridians are doing, not how well certain politicians are polling. Democrats are here to fight for Florida, where we all have the freedom to be healthy, prosperous, and safe, where we can all afford to live, work, and raise a family with dignity and on our own terms. We're here to do the people's business. We invite the governor to join us. Thank you.
The Democratic response to DeSantis' State of the State address, you saw there from Fentrice Driscoll, the Democratic leader in the House, and Lori Berman, the Democratic leader in the Senate. They are also speaking to reporters live outside the chamber. We'll listen in on that, but first we need to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I described it kind of as our stepping stone to the cold.
Yes.
And so we take another step down today, I think.
That's a good way to put it. I'm picturing this Parthenon. There's steps going down, but it's true. On a long enough timeline, it's going to be downright cold here. In fact, it could be the coldest weather we've had in over 3 years.
3 years.
We're bringing the stats today, Garrett.
Gosh, all right. Those aren't the stats we want, though.
Are we talking steps or stats? Either way, we'll bring them. And it's, we're walking down those stairs. Well, this morning we are staring at mostly cloudy skies, and we've got temperatures today which will reach the low 70s, which will be the warmest weather we're going to have for the better part of the next week. So if you like it warm, or in this case mild, enjoy it. We've got variably cloudy skies. Radar's quiet now across Central Florida, Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. South Florida, not so quiet. Look at all that rain down in Miami. It really is raining down there. Here's a live view from Sunny Isles Beach, where it's been raining all morning, and it's just really wet down there. Beautiful view, though. I mean, it looks like Gilligan's Island or something. I'd like to wake up to what is it called? Cafecita? Little baby coffees? Those Cuban coffees?
Yeah.
That looks like a nice view. Looking at that view. Rain or shine, it's always beautiful there in South Florida. But that rain is going to slowly make its way in our direction. And so by the time we get to tomorrow morning, we're going to have scattered showers around. I don't know if our views will be quite that beautiful, but they're pretty nice here across Central Florida. We just don't have those cocoa palms just drifting in the breeze. That said, what we do have are plenty of clouds that will be drifting in the breeze as we warm up from the mid-60s at lunchtime up to about 72 degrees for our high today, close to 4 o'clock. That'll cool things down into the low 60s by dinner and bedtime. It's not really going to get cold until we hit Friday. As you had mentioned, Garrett, it's stepping stone. It's not really stepping stones, but I guess it could be. We're going down the stairs. All right, let's get off of that metaphor and talk about the forecast. We're going to top out today at 72 in Orlando, 67 degrees in Ocala. I'm tripping on those steps, Garrett. We're going to have a couple of showers developing overnight, and then tomorrow morning look for some light showers possible. The overall rain chance is pretty low tomorrow, but it's going to be unsettled, and we may even have a rumble of thunder in the evening, depending on how this all comes together. But the bottom line is that the best chance of rain will come Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, and then with this cold front arriving on Thursday morning around about 4, 5, 6 a.m., we could have a brief round of some heavy rain. It blows through, resulting in what could be a wet morning commute for Thursday, and then it clears the decks. Now, there's been a rumor that the Panhandle in North Florida will see some wintry precipitation, like snow or grapple or sleet. That's not in the cards. That's not happening. The system itself is going to move out of here before the cold air moves in. But it will be cold enough to snow if it did snow, but it's not going to. So that's not a thing. But this will be the coldest weather in 3 years for Orlando if the temperature is lower than 36 degrees. The forecast is for between 33 and 35. Last time the temperature fell below 36 degrees was Christmas of 2022. So you've got to go back a little more than 3 years. It's like 3 years and 22 days or something like that. We did hit 36 on November 11th of 2025. So this winter we've already seen 36. We just haven't seen 35. Who's counting though? But no, as far as quantitating this caliber of cold air, how does it qualify? It's going to be a lot of it, and probably the coldest weather we've seen in about 3 years here in Central Florida. So we'll wake up to 25 in Gainesville, 26 in Ocala, Bushnell 28. Denellen could be like 24, 25. It's going to be windy as well. The wind chills are going to be in the teens and low 20s to the north, mid 20s in Orlando. Once you get north and west of I-4, it looks like a pretty decent chance Friday morning of a freeze. But Orlando, Sanford will probably be just above freezing, although it's going to feel freezing. 32 is the freezing mark. We'll be at about 35 in St. Cloud. This will be cold enough, though, to drop the iguanas. Yeah, we're on falling iguana alert for South Florida. Fort Myers will see a low about 37. It only takes about 45 to immobilize iguanas. They don't have any warm blood in them, and they don't have any methods to stay warm, so they just go real slow until they just freeze. They come back to life once it warms up into the 50s. They only really die if it's below freezing for more than several hours. It doesn't look like we'll get below freezing to kill the invasive species, essentially, but you'll see them in South Florida falling out of the trees. Florida areas, I should say, once you get down to Miami, I mean, they'll be slow. They probably won't like fall out of the trees, but they will other places. We don't really have the iguanas here in Orlando unless they're escaped, but that's kind of interesting to talk about. Florida problems. I mean, they can be like 25 pounds. Imagine you're walking down the street, you're having your cafecita, and a 25-pound iguana falls out of a tree and hits you upside the head. That's why we got to watch out for these falling iguana alerts, Garrett.
Yeah, very, very important to be on the lookout.
It is. 72 degrees today, 68 tomorrow, about 61 on Thursday. 58 Friday is it for our high temperature after that. Chilly start about 35 degrees. The wind chill make it feel like 25. So we're calling it a Fox 35 storm team alert for the cold. Then we're going to warm back up a little bit Saturday and Sunday, but still well below our normal high of 71. Another reinforcing front on Monday means another cold stretch for a few days. But the long-range forecast, and I have to adjust myself and see because this seems unusual. Some of the models are saying upper 80s return before January's over.
Wow.
Upper 80s.
Wow.
So there could be quite a temperature switch here. It's just going to be up and down, kind of like the iguanas.
Yeah, I have a similar reaction to the cold as the iguanas, where I get sluggish and can't move in the cold, but reanimate when it hits 50. That's
once you get the first light of day. That's good. That's good. Yeah, so that's a wrap. It's a lot going on, but it's going to be cold. That's the bottom line, Team.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Tuesday afternoon. Keep it right here. We've got more to come after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Tallahassee. You can see the Florida State Capitol on this first day of the legislative session. We are awaiting remarks coming up in a little bit. Media availabilities with the Florida House Speaker. That's Danny Perez, a Republican from Miami, expected to speak around 1:30. So we're keeping an eye out for that. And then about an hour later, we do expect to hear from Florida Senate President Ben Albritton, a Republican from Wauchula, who is expected to speak, and they'll outline some of their legislative priorities, answer some questions as well. Another news conference coming up later today from Equal Ground, a group that is focused on African American priorities in the legislature. We will hear from them coming up as well, and a couple of Senate and House committee meetings already getting underway. But I want to take you now to just moments ago where we heard from the Democratic leaders of the State House and Senate, Lori Berman, Fentress Driscoll. We heard their taped responses to the State of the State address. They also spoke briefly with reporters outside the chamber following the conclusion of that joint session. Here's what they said just moments ago.
I thought that he was preparing his stump speech for his next election campaign. I don't think he addressed the true issues that affect Floridians about affordability, and I think that we are going to have to really we're going to be talking about those issues and addressing the issues, and he didn't really lay out anything for the legislature that will help Floridians.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too because I didn't hear too many new ideas. It sounded like he was just dredging up some of his greatest hits. I mean, I never expected to hear anything about the time of COVID. There were so many quotes and weird historical references. It was kind of hard to keep track. I just expected more from the governor's last State of the State address, and especially when we're facing an affordability crisis. You know, how do you take the rostrum and not address the number one issues facing Floridians? But I guess we shouldn't be surprised. This is a governor who's been focused on his own ambition for the entire time that he served in office. So in that way, I guess he's been consistent.
He didn't really say anything about insurance, and that's been a big topic for both of you. What do you think about that?
Well, we heard in his press conference this week that he said insurance is solved and that rates are going down. But we know Florida is twice the national average, and rates going down even 8%, 10% are not solving the issue. We don't think the legislature has done enough on insurance, and we're going to continue to push. And also, when you lower insurance rates, you put money in people's pockets directly, and that's what we think should be the answer, not this property tax issue.
Did you see a willingness perhaps to do property tax reform during the session rather than a special session?
You know, I don't know. I think we've been talking about property tax reform for years, and we've yet to see anything from the majority that actually gives real rate relief to homeowners. You know, if you look at the affordability agenda that's been put out by the Senate and House Democratic caucuses, you'll see that that's one of our bills. It's time to move towards an interstate compact. What we propose could lower costs immediately as much as 30%. But I know that we're living in such a partisan era, and unfortunately, I don't know that they will hear our bill, but I hope that they at least listen to the idea and try to move it forward. What is not acceptable are billion-dollar bailouts to the property insurance industry. We see that's done nothing to lower costs for homeowners.
Do you think it's going to be a raucous this session would be, or do you think that there's a sense of maybe coming together and accomplishing big things like the governor mentioned in his speech?
He didn't really give us any ideas about the coming together and big things, so I think we heard in the Senate chamber that things are very unpredictable, and I do think this will be another unpredictable session.
I would also say that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and if you looked at the body language of the presiding officers on the rostrum, it is very clear that they are not in alignment, and the Republicans are fighting, and when that happens, you know, the people lose. It's the people who lose, but that's why Democrats are so focused on affordability.
Senator Albritton today, he said that affordability is a big issue. However, there's not enough time in 60 days, only 60 days to deal with it. What's your response to that, Garrett?
We put forth our affordability agenda. We think that the insurance issue could result in 30% lowering. We put our agenda includes help for affordable housing. We have things for first-time home buyers. We think we can doge the state, and that would result in some affordability, making them accountable for some of the programs that they're putting in place. So I think affordability can absolutely be addressed in 60 days, and I don't know why he didn't give us any concrete ideas.
What did you think of the governor celebrating the immigration numbers?
You know, first of all, we haven't had the transparency with that to fully understand if the numbers that he's even quoting are accurate. Second of all, I think at a time where tensions are so high in our country, on both sides of the aisle, where you have people crying out that this isn't what we asked for, to see ICE agents shooting American citizens dead in the street, I think we've gone absolutely too far in immigration, and the governor's rhetoric doesn't really help. And then he also took pride in having ended in-state tuition for Dreamers. These kids who were brought to our country by parents seeking the American dream, these kids who were brought here through no fault of their own, this proposal that just a few years ago was bipartisan because we understood that education was a pathway to productive participation in our society. It's just, to me, a sad cry for how far we've come, and it's just a dog whistle. You know, he is thinking about his future plans, which may involve a presidential run in 2028. I don't know. But what I do know, what we do know, is that the people of Florida are in an affordability crisis. The people of Florida need help. I mean, he bragged about teacher pay. That's laughable. Florida is still 49th in teacher pay in this country. There are only 50 states. So we have a lot more work to do, and I'm disappointed by the governor continuing to focus on cultural war distractions.
One of his focuses on AI. There's been bills filed already this session. What do you guys make of those so far?
Something that we as a country and a state need to start addressing. We'll have to see how the bills pass through and what they need to be done on that issue.
What concrete ideas you have to improve affordability in Florida?
Well, we have an entire affordability agenda. It's 3 bills that very simply would do this. The first would create an interstate compact when it comes to property insurance, and that would help lower costs by as much as 30%. The second bill is the Home Act, and this would eliminate documentary stamps, those taxes for certain first-time home buyers to help them attain that dream of owning a home. And it also would extend the Live Local Act the time basically that housing had to be affordable if they used funds under the Local Act. And then the third thing, which Leader Berman already referenced, it would try to effectively doge the state and look at the corruption and wasteful taxpayer spending that we've seen on things like Alligator Alcatraz, on moving migrants from not Florida to not Florida. All of these political stunts that DeSantis wages, they have a cost. So we want to take that money and give it back to the taxpayers. So that's our affordability agenda. It's at least a start. It'd be the tip of the iceberg, but it certainly would move the needle in the right direction.
Do you think this? I may have been asked to answer this question earlier. The House and Senate are going to be on different tracks going forward. Is that going to be a real obstacle going forward?
I think so. I think the Republicans are fractured. I think we see the governor's focused on himself, not either house, and we're focused on trying to move forward Florida and affordability. But I think that their fractures are going to result in a session that's going to be unpredictable, and we'll see. Maybe a lot of things won't pass this year, which we're in a crisis on affordability, and I'd like to see us move forward on some of these issues, which unfortunately might get stalled because of the fighting between the chambers.
And let me just say this, there is absolutely no excuse. There is no excuse for the Republicans in the House, the Senate, and for the governor to not move forward on affordability. They are in control. Their party is in control of the entire state government. So any failures this legislative session, it's on them. The fact that Floridians haven't seen any real rate relief and property insurance, that's on them. The fact that we're not funding our public schools, that's on them. They have absolutely no excuse, and we're going to do what we can as the minority party to hold them to account.
To what extent would you expect to see fewer bills passed this year, potentially, given where the two chambers are at?
To what extent we'd see fewer bills passed?
Over the last few years, we've seen fewer bills being passed. This could be I imagine this will go along with that same trend. There's thousands of bills, only somewhere between 200 and 300 bills passed on an annual basis, and I would imagine we'll see the same trend.
I think more so than the number, what I'm looking out for is what major initiatives of House or Senate leadership pass or get stalled. We know that, for example, the Senate president has a passion for rural communities. Will he be able to do more, or will that get lost in the negotiations? So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on too, in addition to, maybe not as many bills get passed.
Democratic leaders highlighting what they believe to be fractures and disagreements between Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate, saying they're not sure what all is going to come out of this session, but saying they will be, quote, laser focused on affordability. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you to a couple of your Fox 35 News Plus headlines this afternoon. Today marking 1 year since the death of an 8-year-old boy in Volusia County after he was mauled by dogs. His name is Michael Millett. You may remember this case. It sparked some testimony, trying to get some changes in Tallahassee as well. He was attacked by 2 dogs in his own neighborhood, and ever since then, his family's been fighting for justice. And as Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz reports, that in their mind includes holding those dog owners responsible.
Good morning. Yes, 8-year-old Michael Millett was killed after being attacked by 2 dogs in his very own neighborhood. Behind me sits a memorial. It's been 1 year, but still it stands tall in his honor. It's covered in pinwheels, flowers, messages. It even has little toy trucks in his honor. Now, since that tragic day, his family has been fighting for justice, including holding the dog owners accountable. Now, in the years since Michael's death, his parents have turned their grief into action. Their efforts have helped pass the Pam Rock Dangerous Dog Bill, aimed at holding owners of dangerous dogs more accountable. Meanwhile, the dog owners, Amanda Franco and Brandy Hodil, have been locked in a legal battle. Both were arrested and charged with tampering of evidence, accused of deleting messages that allegedly reference previous attacks by their own dogs. However, under laws in place a year ago, there was no way to file charges related to the attack itself. Still, Michael's family continues to fight for justice. Back in September, Michael's mother spoke to Fox 35 following Franco's hearing.
That's how she reacted this whole time. There's no empathy, there's nothing. I'd like to see her sitting in orange like those other inmates in there.
And those feelings have not changed in any way. She recently told Fox 35 in a statement saying, quote, "I do not support a plea deal for the dog's owners. I believe they should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Given the severity of what occurred, the fact that they have not been charged with culpable negligence already feels like unjustful lenient outcome." Now, again, that trial for Franco is going to be held later this month, but if there's a plea deal reached, it will not go to trial. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Give you a live look right now at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. We're continuing to follow up on the situation involving swans. More than 24 swans found dead there amid an outbreak of avian flu. Fox 35's Marley Capper has the latest on that situation.
Both of you, this is very sad. And you know, volunteers really want answers. People that are invested in this community, they want to know what the city is doing to make this area better for them. This is their home, and yes, it's a tourist attraction, but this is where the swans live. And so I think people are definitely really frustrated and just overall want the swans to be okay. Right now, the bird flu death toll is at 32. 26 of them are mute swans. Now, there's still 46 swans left here in the park. Andrew Marshall has been volunteering to help the swans at Lake Eola. He started a change.org petition calling for better stewardship of the swans. So far, it's gathered more than 1,400 signatures.
By law, we have to clip the rings because they're non-native, so they have to stay there. So they rely solely on humans to care for them. So it's critically important that we identify, is this a safe environment for them?
Commissioner Patty Shan says the park will be undergoing a $60 million renovation that should improve the landscape and the lake. She believes that will help, but she says the volunteers calling for change, she says that's not helping.
This is something that unfortunately impacts migratory birds, and there's nothing we can do. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. They're like, government wants to, I need government to solve all my problems. I can't solve this one because it's simply an incurable disease that has unfortunately come to the park.
Again, ultimately, I think the volunteers and the people who support the swans just want the city to maybe do something. Some of the suggestions they've given is improving the water quality, making sure the park stays clean, as well as making sure they're getting expert care because, like the gentleman mentioned, they do rely on human care. And so these petitioners are going to be showing up to the commission meeting January 26th. And so we'll see what they say at that meeting. They're going to present some items, I believe, but we'll stay on top of this story.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk a little theme park here. We've got some Disney news, and so we want to bring in Drew the Disney Dude, Drew Smith. Drew, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you. How you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Thank you for having me on. We got some, like you said, updates for some big updates at Magic Kingdom and another wholesome story that has kind of taken the internet by storm. So I figured, why not do a little news combo with a happy story? We got our topics today.
Yeah, let's start by giving us the latest on Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Where do things stand with that? I know folks are really anticipating its reopening.
Yeah, I guess it's fitting that we're talking about this first because, like you said, I feel like when I'm looking at everything Disney is doing right now, I'm seeing the most conversation around Big Thunder Mountain Railroad's reopening. And now we know it's going to be reopening this spring at Magic Kingdom, but as of now, we don't have a date, unfortunately. But just the other morning, Good Morning America actually posted a new story with Imagineer Wyatt Winter. Wyatt Winter was behind Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind and Frozen Ever After as a producer, so his resume has been pretty good, and now he is overseeing everything at Magic Kingdom. We got some new details, though, on this refurbishment, so whenever we get that reopening date and go on the coaster soon, we know what we will be expecting. Disney previously talked about the scene you guys are seeing on screen right now as we enter the Rainbow Caverns. We're going to hear a giant crack of thunder, hence the name Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. They're really leaning into the storyline, and I think it's going to be awesome seeing those caverns transition from these pretty phosphorescent pools to this, hey, we need to get out of here. Big Thunder doesn't like us being here. But the new details we got is that the ride vehicles are brand new. They've completely redone them, brand new trains to live on for decades. We're going to see gold props on the mountain for the first time, kind of hinting that that's why we're here, to try to take Big Thunder Mountain's gold. Effects are being restored that had been broken for years, and all the audio animatronics in the Tumbleweed Town right before that main lift hill in the middle of the ride had been completely refreshed. So we've known a lot about this track replacement and a big refurbishment for over a year now, but knowing even more of those details, really leaning into the storyline is stuff that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I think that's exciting, Drew. I mean, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is a fun one. I mean, it's always one of our favorites at Magic Kingdom. But I think it's exciting to hear them kind of lean into some of that storytelling and bring some elements that maybe haven't been there for that ride in the past.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think about the fact that, I talk about a lot on here how Magic Kingdom is the most visited theme park in the world. So really, I don't think Disney has to do these things. Like, I understand that the track replacement probably had to happen at some point because, again, it's a very old ride. And at some point, they have to update it literally to where it can continue to operate. But I also think that with Cars and Villains coming to Magic Kingdom in the years ahead, hopefully by the end of 2029, it's still a ways out. So in the meantime, what better than to update your classics? And Big Thunder is such a fan favorite. And knowing that not only is it going to look better from the new coat of paint to the refreshed animatronics, the restored effects, the track, the ride vehicles, but we're going to have that updated scene. We're going to have gold props. There's going to be new lighting and visuals. It's all that stuff, I think, really, when you have all these little things, it really comes together to create a good recipe. And I think that just knowing that Imagineering is putting this much effort into it, and the fact that they got the budget for that is a good sign for the future. And I hope that this really is just the beginning of updates to classics that we've known and loved for decades now.
Now that we're talking about it, I'd forgotten how much I missed riding Big Thunder Mountain Railroad.
It's
been a while.
Yeah, it's been over a year now. I think it was January 6th of last year when it first closed. So I'm hoping first week of April is my guess, but that's not confirmed. So I will be posting that date on all of my social media channels once it's announced. So you guys can find me at Drew the Disney Dude on every social media platform. Once it's dropped, I'll get that out there because I'm just as excited as all of you to go back on it.
Yeah, in the meantime, we'll be crossing our fingers and toes and everything else too. Now let's talk about the changes coming to the Buzz. We've talked about this before, but some cool things that are going to be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, so right next door, again, also another big update in Magic Kingdom is that Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger spin. I feel like it's kind of going under the radar how much Disney is doing to this attraction. Also reopening in spring, no opening date. But again, here's Wyatt Winter. Shout out to him. What we're seeing here is that airlock scene. So right before you go into the tunnel and you're fighting the evil Emperor Zurg, there's going to be that brand new alien figure opening the airlock. They demolished one of the walls that was there in the ride before. There was no scene there. So they've added a brand new scene to kind of make the storyline more whole. Also, when you go through that airlock into the space battle scene, it's been fully updated. I did not know this was happening. A lot bigger of an update than I realized, at least at this part. And Buzz Lightyear is joining us in that battle for the first time. So again, making the story whole. I was thinking the other day, like, we're battling Zurg without Buzz. So I think the Imagineers realized that that was a gap in the story, and they're filling that gap. But also the fact that this brand new animation was done at the teams by Pixar, who actually worked on Toy Story 2 when Buzz and Zurg first battled. So it's a full circle moment there, bringing back the animators to work on these characters. New props, better story. I really love all the updates here, and that's on top of everything that we've talked about before. The handheld blasters, the interactive targets, the new ride vehicles, the new scene at the beginning of the ride. So much happening here, and quite honestly, this might be a hot take. I'm more excited for Buzz than I am Big Thunder.
Ooh, that is a hot take. Wow, Drew. Okay.
But yeah, I'm excited for it. I think that just having both of them back will be great. And I'm hoping that they reopen on the same day. Again, I always love to speculate on these things because then I look back on them and say, oh, I was wrong, or oh, I was right. I love to speculate. But I think it'd be perfect if they reopen on the same day. Really give people a reason to go back to Magic Kingdom, from the locals with our annual passes to having people fly in before the big summer rush with Cool Kids Summer and everything happening then. There's a ton happening in summer, so we'll have our topics set out soon. But in the meantime, these updates are great, a lot of investment, and I'm definitely looking forward to covering them.
Yeah, and when you're talking about these, kind of bigger picture here, when you're talking about some of these, changes, adding in, making adjustments to the story, and some of these adjustments that they're making to these long-standing rides there, why do you think they're focusing on that and kind of filling some of those holes and making it more immersive and making it, more of a story instead of maybe just a ride or a few minutes of an experience?
Yeah, quite honestly, when I think about people who are traveling to Walt Disney World, I think a lot of people just associate Walt Disney World with Magic Kingdom. When you think about Walt Disney World for the general family visiting, Magic Kingdom is the park that you can't miss. You have to get your photo at the castle, you have to see the nighttime parade, you have to see the fireworks. So I think from a business perspective, it makes a lot of sense for Disney to go in and spend the money where they're going to get the biggest return at Big Thunder, at Buzz. And it also sets these attractions up for a lot of success. I mentioned earlier with Cars and Villains coming in the years ahead. Well, I really think that this is a part of this bigger transformation at the park. So that whenever Cars and Villains open, people still have a reason to want to go on these other attractions because to them, even though it's going to be 2-3 years old at that point, it's still new to them. I still think there's people visiting Walt Disney World now, going to Star Wars for the first time, going to Pandora for the first time, going on Tiana's in Tron. So while these updates aren't going to be new to us locals at that point, I think it's a big part of this transformation, helping balance out the crowds throughout the park. And I just hope it continues. We're also going to see later down the road, Carousel of Progress is getting a massive update as well. And that's, again, leading into the classic Disney roots with Walt Disney. So a lot of good things happening, and I think that it's a really good start for the future of Walt Disney Imagineering under the current leadership that we have now.
All right, and speaking of Magic Kingdom and the magic of Disney, this video going viral of this little guy getting to meet Mickey Mouse. I mean, how precious.
Yeah, this video has taken the internet by storm. So the original family that posted it, when they noticed that their son was reacting to Mickey, it got over 10 million views on social media. I don't know if you guys have it and can play it, but it'd be awesome to show everyone how his reaction was. But I posted it whenever Disney... Yeah.
Let's check it out.
Whenever... Oh, okay, sorry. The whole reason that this story went viral is because at that Disney on Ice show, he was saying, Mickey, my boy, and he was like wanting to meet Mickey, but he couldn't because he was just in the audience. So Walt Disney World flew the family out within days of this video going viral, and you can tell that he's just mesmerized by Mickey. He was almost nervous to be like, my boy, but it's just so cool to see the parents getting to create that memory with their son, and also the fact that like Disney acknowledged it. I think it's really cool when we have these viral moments, but when Disney leans into these family memories where the parents are bringing their kids to the parks, these characters are such an integral part of the Walt Disney World experience. Like I said, the original video got over 10 million views. When I posted it, it got over 1 million views myself, and that was just from reposting Disney's footage. So I really think that people do have that soft spot in their hearts still to see these kids interacting with these characters, and just wanted to highlight it because it's great to see that magic still alive.
Because that's what it's all about, you making those memories, seeing those smiles, and that is truly, I think, the magic of what makes those, visits to the park so special.
Yeah, I agree, and I can nerd out all I want about Buzz and Big Thunder, but at the end of the day, I think that's the important thing, these memories and these happy moments for these kids.
Well, Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, we always enjoy talking Disney with you, and thanks for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me on. Have a good one, guys.
All right, you too. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back inside Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday, the city of Orlando swore in 3 new city commissioners, including Shan Rose, who has been holding the District 5 seat on an interim basis until she was sworn in yesterday after winning the election when she challenged Regina Hill, who was the suspended commissioner whose place she took. Regina Hill facing some criminal charges in an investigation. Well, Regina Hill and Shan Rose both in court today as part of a suit that Regina Hill filed against her opponent and the canvassing board, challenging the election results in that City of Orlando commission race. I want to play for you. You'll hear a little bit from the argument Regina Hill makes and some of the allegations she's making and the flat-out denials from the Shan Rose campaign. Again, the ongoing dispute over the election results from Regina Hill, who lost the election and faces criminal charges in an unrelated case. But again, disputing those election results now, even after Shan Rose sworn into office yesterday afternoon. So here's what happened in court earlier this morning.
I have some specific questions because, as I said, I did read everything. On count 3, there seems to be some case law that indicates that there's no private right of action in count 3. What is your response to that argument that was in the response in opposition to motion for leave to amend?
Thank you, Your Honor. In paragraph 45 of our complaint, we cite to a case Dienerstein versus Butcher, and that is published at 287 Southern 3rd, 639. It's the 4th District Court of Appeal case from 2020. And that case concerned the misuse of public funds for unlawful governmental advocacy. And the quote
But that was not an election case.
It was an election case. It says, the right maintain a suit to prevent the unlawful expenditure by public officials of public monies unless otherwise provided by the legislative enactment is generally recognized. The only difference between that case and this one is that was brought as a declaratory judgment prior to the election.
Right.
So it did concern an election. We're only alleging it afterwards.
But it did not ask to overturn an election. I guess that would have been the better way to phrase it.
It would have been a better case for us, of course, if it had been. We're not relying entirely on the statutory section cited in the complaint. We're also relying on the conduct to the extent that their argument is that it was insufficient to change the outcome of the election. We think that the court ought to consider the entirety of the illegal conduct alleged and that we've uncovered. In addition to that, Your Honor, each individual, I know the argument on the other side is that, well, this isn't listed in the statutory subsections that govern election contests. Our argument in response is that each individual count in a complaint is its own individual lawsuit, and so to the extent that this is cognizable, Your Honor, we think that the complaint should be deemed amended. We can litigate this at the appropriate time, whether or not it's cognizable. Even if Your Honor believes that count 3 is not cognizable, we've still stated a claim in both counts, so we think that the case should move forward one way or the other. If we have to amend the complaint again to strip out count 3 in this, if Your Honor finds that it's not cognizable, that's fine, we can do that. We think it is cognizable under the authority that we cited in paragraph 45, and we would ask Your Honor to grant the motion for leave to amend the complaint, deem the amended complaint timely filed, and deny the motion for judgment on the pleadings as moved.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Wah.
Well, I'm one of those who does use the podium, Your Honor, so I apologize.
That's quite all right.
I think I have a couple things to say to that. The first is, I don't think this case is on point. I think that the case that's been cited doesn't apply. There is no private right of action under either Chapter 106 or 104, several chapters of the Election Code. And in fact, this court has, in a prior election contest case, I'll just put it on the record.
I found that, yes.
I'm sure that Your Honor did. Fighter v. Hyman et al., 24 CA.
So that was in court earlier today. I want to get you live now to the Orange County Commission meeting where they are talking about the extension of Osceola Parkway. This is something that has gotten some questions, some pushback as well from a group even outside of the commission meeting earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in as Commissioner Wilson speaks right now.
Argument that's worth exploring.
It's not a measure of determining which public purpose is more important when it comes to this stage that we are at, unfortunately. Yes, our land serves a very valid and important public purpose, and CFX will argue that their use of it will also establish a very important public purpose. And a road has consistently been found in case law to be a public purpose. And as much as we can argue that our public purpose is better than their public purpose.
Well, no, I guess my question is there any case law to speak to whether or not conservation land has been determined public purpose?
Well, it is a public purpose. It already is a public purpose. And we can argue at the order of taking hearing that they need to, because it's a conservation easement, because that particular portion is a conservation easement, there is a provision in, let me look at the exact statute to give you the right quote. In 704.06, CFX will have to show to the judge that their public benefit is worthy enough to take the conservation easement. And I'm looking at section 704.06, 11A, where the court shall consider the public benefit provided by the conservation easement and the linear facility that CFX is taking. So yes, that will happen at the order of taking hearing where a court will consider that.
And
I haven't seen a single case, however, that has interpreted that.
It's wishful thinking probably, but will there be consideration for the fact that the two Orange County representatives that sit as part of that quasi-government thing that is CFX, I understand it's a state agency that has state hierarchy, but the two Orange County representatives there were no votes on this particular action. would there be any value placed on that outcome or those discussions? Because I think they had a very, I think, valid discussion about Orange County's investment in conservation land and what this meant in what Split Oaks, what it means.
No.
So they, yeah, okay.
I know it's frustrating, but no.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because part of me thinks, can we sell it really quick to a mall or something, and then we can establish that it's a private, and then we'd have a better chance of fighting it. And I'm saying that in like a way that philosophically, I'm not sure how we continue to try to, what is abhorrent to all the people we've heard from today, and quite frankly, 86% of the voting public in 2020 is the idea of our conservation land being the quickest, easiest, fastest, cheapest way for them to cut through to a new development. And so this is really insult to injury. And that injury was really based on quite a few misrepresentations. And I will continue to maintain that December, even today, you all talk about it being an approval, but the word approval was struck from the resolution and the word support was put in. So there's actually not an approval from that 2019 vote. The word approval was struck and the word support was put in. Now I know the effect was that you indicated enough support for it to go to FCT, which is this cascading effect. But here we are, right? This cascading effect of what that 2019 discussion was. But the board, and I wasn't here then, besides my predecessor, the rest of this board had grave concerns about not having a PD&E in hand. They were not provided a PD&E yet. They were told that Orange County would not have any affected lands. And they were promised that it would come back, that we'd be able to keep our eyes on this. And then to see this far down the road, that not only is none of that true, but by the way, we're also going to dig into some of the conservation and parkland next door, is I would support anything we can do, any legal remedy we have. And not just because we're obligated by the charter, but we are obligated by the charter, but because there's a moral basis in making sure that when any agency presents to our board, that they're doing it in a truthful and straightforward way, and that they continue to engage us in a way that is of good faith from beginning to end. You can't take one portion of this gigantic project that they've taken on and say, oh, we are negotiating in good faith. But this all came from a bad faith negotiation where you promised that no part of Orange County would be involved. So that's sort of where I'm landing.
I know that it's frustrating what happened, and it's at this point, at this stage, it's whether they followed all the statutory procedures to get their resolution of necessity, whether they've followed all of the steps to get to this point. And so far, they've followed the necessary steps to get to this point, despite what they may have said in 2019, that we're not going to be touching your parcels.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. And I understand that this procedurally looks like a distinct movement in the courts. I guess if there's any opportunity or way to tie it to the original project, which is part of it. This is part and parcel of a larger project that was presented to this board, that when the question came up about, was this approved by this board? And the answer was, well, yeah, it was part of the discussion in 2019. No, it was never part of the discussion in 2019. It was never pointed out to the then board in 2019 that this would be part of that. So that is, it's all factually incorrect. So this entire record to me feels very tainted, and I don't know how to get that right to give you or whoever is in our seat at the next table the proper tools to be able to prevail in whatever legal positioning we can get ourselves.
Commissioner Wilson, there are a couple other questions or commissioners who have indicated a desire to speak. And so we'll okay. Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, I appreciate all the information, but I know that there was a comment saying that this is not part of Split Oak, but is there a actual public use, a prior public use designation on the land that they're looking to take?
Prior public use would be if you're more equal in your entity. That's a concept in eminent domain where if one equal entity wants to take property from another equal entity, that other entity can defend based on prior public use. That wouldn't apply here.
Okay, and I mean, I'll just share my thoughts on this as we're having a discussion. I'm actually very reluctant on us moving this quickly. It seems like we're just coming to us and we're just saying, you know what, this is it. What offer do you want to take? And it just doesn't sit right. I'm not saying that at the end of the day what the outcome will be, but it just seems that this all happened very quickly and we haven't truly vetted every single option. And my other question, and I don't know if it's for Commissioner Moore or the mayor, if you guys would be, open up to share why you voted no at the meeting? I mean, was there anything in particular that
Well, going back to the vote at the time, that was subsequent to the charter amendment passing, subsequent to the board taking action as a board to withdraw its support for moving forward. Now, to put it into context of the timeline, actions have been taken initially before we had the charter amendment. You understand? So once we had the clarity of at least, in my mind, having seen how our electorate wanted us to vote concerning the preservation of Split Oak, well, that was new information that we didn't have when we initially were having a conversation. So that kind of is what drove me to say, well, we got a clear mandate, if you will, from our taxpayers, and so I work for them. So the answer is no at this point. But as we kind of got to where we are now, I think the question before us today is, does Orange County want to negotiate regarding the taking of these 4 parcels? And I believe we'll end up saying yes. Okay, because there may be something innovative, creative, or whatever through the art of negotiation if we find ourselves legally, and what I'm hearing the county attorney's office say, and we have an eminent domain expert, if you will, who is giving us her best legal advice based on 30-plus years of experience of doing this, is that likely this will move forward. So we do not want to put ourselves in a position where we are not negotiating, at least having the opportunity to negotiate something that may be of benefit to the board or to the taxpayers of Orange County. That's kind of the central issue that I believe is before us today. Do we want to negotiate? They're looking for the affirmation from the board, negotiate, and if Commissioner Wilson or any of the members of the board have something that they want to put into the conversation about the negotiation, give that feedback, okay, to them today. That's where we're trying to get to at this point. So that's what I would say to you, Commissioner Uribe. This is kind of where we were at.
All right, and I do have a follow-up question. So we actually take this to court. You're telling us if it's a jury trial, all we'll be discussing is money. Yes. But if it goes in front of a judge, is he able to stop this, or she, okay, able to stop this? I mean, it just says, I feel it's just very quickly, and we haven't just really dug in completely, at least as a board. I mean, I know we've got updates, but there's way more questions than I have that it just seems like we're just folding very quickly, and I think we needed, I don't know why we're rushing at this moment and not being a little bit more deliberate.
Please don't think we're folding over anything. We are coming before you because we have 30 days. And it wouldn't even happen by statute. We have 30 days before they can file suit. So if we would not be diligent if we didn't come to you now to say, we got the offers, you have 30 days to respond to the offers, or not respond. You don't have to respond.
When did that clock start?
Friday.
Okay. Okay. So I know that Commissioner Wilson did a memo. When had you guys intended to bring this before us? And if you just got it on Friday?
We intended, when Commissioner Wilson sent the note, I said, I went through and there's a memo you all were copied on. It said, here's the process, and when we get a certain point, we would come back to the board for discussion. So I responded back to the memorandum from Commissioner Wilson saying this is when we'd come back to the board. And we've been communicating and talking about a date and saying that date looks like, in fact, I communicated where they said it back for December, that looks like it would be around January. We're waiting to get to that next step, but I indicated it looks like it will be January that we'd be in front of the board and get this scheduled.
I do want to note that if it hadn't been for, I believe, Molly Durig, one of our media, I think, people, that it was going through CFX on consent. And so really alerting Orange County's representatives on CFX and the public, I don't know if we would even be having this conversation because it was part of their consent. Or we would be, but it would be definitely without even, I think, the benefit of that public discussion and without the benefit of having the two representatives on CFX be able to articulate what we have to do under our charter.
Okay, I have questions answered.
Did you say we were done?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, Mayor just said that if we go through and to negotiate, what does that look like? What are you going to negotiate? What are county going to negotiate?
Well, if we choose to slow things down and ask for pre-suit mediation, that would slow things down quite a bit because they wouldn't file suit if we're in negotiation discussions. What that would look like is we would get with CFX and their attorneys and decide on a mediator. We would set a mediation date. We would get thoughts and ideas about what issues you would like to have addressed, what types of creative ideas we might want to present that's not just about money. If we want to hire our own appraiser, and we could hire our own appraiser who may appraise the property differently from the way CFX appraised it, that's something we could talk about in the mediation. There are a lot of things that we can talk about in the mediation that we can't otherwise talk about. So, and it's all confidential. It's all confidential within the context of the mediation. So it would be however the consensus is you would like it to be, what you'd like us to address in a mediation.
So, Council, you said that they have not presented to you all the appraisal that they already did. That's the time to request it?
Yes. Yes, we can request it, and they have 15 days to give us their appraisals.
And if we don't like, you all don't like, we don't like numbers, then you will request for new appraisals from the county?
We can get with our real estate department. They'll look at the appraisals as well and give their opinion about the validity of the appraisals. I'm sure they hired good eminent domain appraisers, but we can also hire our own at their expense, and we could actually slow this process down by asking them to wait until we get our own appraisals done, and we could look at our numbers and the way that our people appraise those properties, and that could be a discussion with CFX that how the different appraisers have valued the property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Moore and then Comptroller Diamond.
I just wanted to bring up, if we decide to negotiate with CFX at all, that there are parcels that are contiguous to Wekiva Wilderness Trust and our Lake Lucy up in my district that would be very advantageous to put together for an animal corridor. So as much, I voted no at the CFX board, but at this point, I want us to be very cautious as to what we could get in return and put in conservation, if we discuss this.
That is
with
an option.
The board.
That is an option to consider whether they would give us credit for other properties that they may own that may help mitigate some of the conservation impacts. But that can only happen within the context of a confidential mediation. And if we don't do that in mediation, again, it's going to just go to a jury trial who's just going to give us a number. And there won't be any consideration by a jury in terms of, hey, maybe CFX can give us some land that could help mitigate some of these damages. So
Well, with,
yes,
with the
would be
growth
great.
up at the KPI at Round Lake and the 429, I mean, in essence, the city of Apopka is building another city the size of Lake Nona, and this is just around the corner, and it would connect the wildlife corridors if we could put them together. And I think EPD does a wonderful job of managing these properties, and so I wish we would look at it. And there be maybe some other in your district that makes sense, but this is one in mine that does, because we're hundreds and hundreds of acres that then the wildlife corridors would be put together with the whole entire Wekiva area.
Well, that would be the beauty of pursuing a mediation settlement process, would be engaging with EPD to talk about other properties out there that we could maybe get to help with the impact of the toll road.
And there may be better ones, the one I just brought up, but I'm very well aware of this, and I wanted to put that on the table. All right, thank you.
Comptroller Diamond.
I was just listening and I saw the slides, and I'm just curious if you know why the authority might want to just buy an easement for a couple of the parcels, and they're buying fee simple on another, if there was any kind of strategy behind that or any other good reason you might know of.
Well, that's a good observation. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, one of them is the 2.8 acres is fee simple, 2 of them are perpetual, and the big one is the conservation and access. We don't really know at this point, because we don't have the plans, we don't have the right-of-way maps, we don't really know what their intention is for the easement parcels. I'm assuming the fee simple parcel is physical road. You would want fee simple ownership for the physical road. Perpetual easements could be for drainage or for other types of uses that we just don't know yet, because we don't have all the background information to support their offer.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I know, just kind of in fairness to the representatives from CFX, this whole roadway project is a major project, and there are a lot of details in it. And sometimes, while they're familiar, they may be motivated to give an answer when you ask a question. But yeah, we ask specific questions, and we want to have honest answers when we ask those questions. But I think that they're human. He could have confused something. I don't know. I'll give him that. But we try to operate in specificity, and that's why, at least when I ask the questions, I'm asking questions for a specific reason. And we find today, for example, that these parcels, they're not in the split oak forest by definition. They're outside of it, and I don't know if they conflated that at some point in their response that they were given. But when you look at these things on the map, I know in briefings with me, I look at it and ask them questions about it, and we were intentional. Is this going to have to come back before the board? Is this it? Trying to understand just the logistics of what we're dealing with. And so we find ourselves here today, and I think that it is in our best interest to give the county attorney's office the guidance to negotiate on our behalf, so that we don't inadvertently preclude ourselves from some type of benefit to the public, that may, if this taking, this eminent domain taking moves forward, then, and the county attorney's office believes that it could move forward even without us, it's likely going to happen, then we need to make sure that we get as much out of it as we possibly can. And that's what I just want to make sure we don't preclude ourselves from that, where sometimes you can terminology, you can cut off your nose to spite your face. It's a bad situation. The road is likely going to be built. It's going to move forward. We have been kicking and screaming for some time now, but if it has to move forward, let's try to make it a balanced conversation to the extent we can. So that's the what do you need from us at this point? Okay, I'm sorry, it wasn't on. You weren't in there. Okay.
Before I start, I want to, there's going to be some unusual passion in me because my daughter is named after this forest. And when I was pregnant with her, I would say, come on, baby, give me one more hour when I was so tired and wanted to go to bed. Give me one more hour to give this forest some hope. So I had to prepare a statement because there's a lot in here. And, I just want to put on the line what we're talking about today. Starts at a value of $2.3 million and some change that they think our public land is worth. And if I were a person who was a member of this board in 2019, I would be so mad right now because I was sitting in those seats at that podium asking for the no vote on it. And what I was only grateful for when I left those chambers was that Mayor Demings, you clarified that vote would not impact any other conservation land in Orange County. That was the only shred I walked out with some hope that I was like, okay, it's bad, but it's not bad on our side. They make you look fiscally irresponsible that you took a vote then for one Green Place property. But today, it is impacting Eagles Roost as well as conservation land that was mitigated land. Yeah. The agreement and the vote was based on what they stood there and they told this board, it doesn't impact Orange County's side. I think that there's a major issue with that agreement, and I believe that vote, that application should be withdrawn because it's based on a premise that was not the reality. Because today we're sitting and saying that the central focus is negotiation or the central focus is a legal win. Well, for me, the central focus is voter confidence. Because voters, they have, in the last 2 election cycles, they have passed by the people, voter-mandated constitutional reforms, 6 county constitutional amendments. The split oak forest, the rural boundary, the supermajority to rezone conservation land, the 70% almost for the St. Johns River Basin protection from annexation, the 89% affirmed rights to nature, to the rights of nature and the right to clean water. They're trying to pass this, and what they're being met with locally, they're organizing and winning, and you know what, flipping seats on this commission for those that didn't represent the people sitting in those audiences asking for the no vote. But what our people got, our voters got after all that effort was Senate Bill 180. It was the state organizing, allowing lobbyists to contaminate the local review process, and it ended up costing our voters $5 million for Vision 2050. Then we move on, because you know what else it got us? It got us this year 21 bills that are trying to actively preempt the rural boundary. 21 right now. We're in a pickle with roads, with mass transit. There's no money. We need to ask the voters to trust us. Either it comes through public places and wild spaces or some type of sales transportation tax, but you can't take conservation land that voters are actively amending our Constitution to protect and then ask them for money for a tax and not stand up and say that your vote, your confidence in this democratic process is worth more than $2.3 million. There's no price tag for this. And every single person on this board, but 2 of us, is on a ballot next year. And you need voter confidence. And I think that you guys deserve voter confidence. But if you don't vote to fight this, because it's not about a legal win, it's about voter confidence. It's about telling people that your local democratic process matters and your local government is going to stand up in court and ask a judge to give the recipe for success to conserve our conservation land. If we can't figure out the legal recipe to protect Split Oak Forest that has a charter amendment, a green place, purchase, sustained with our money this whole time, a promise in perpetuity for the people, if we can't protect that, we can't protect anything. And then we should stop wasting people's money and putting it in conservation. Our best job today is to say that voters' voice has integrity at the ballot box, and we go to court and we defend this condemnation, because I want to tell you, it fails. District 5 had 2 roundtable discussions briefed by professors of law professors, eminent domain attorneys, both on the condemnor side and the condemnee side, environmental attorneys, land use attorneys, and here's what they told us. When it comes to Eagles Roost and the proposed condemnation of CFX, it fails to meet the very basic tenets of public interest because it fails to consider who benefits and who bears the burden. And a toll road loses any claim of public benefit when it primarily unlocks land for the benefit of private developers rather than the general public. When it exists to unlock or accelerate development, when public agencies absorb the costs while private entities capture the value, when viable alternatives exist that would meet the transportation needs without condemnation, and when voter-approved land protections are overridden, that is exactly where modern eminent domain challenges succeed. There is nothing out there but a swamp. There's not a single residence. The voters know what's happening. The city of Orlando was trying to annex all the land out of the rural boundary on the eve of the election for Tavistock and for the Deseret Mormon Ranch to build 4 more Lake Nonas. They announced it at their public hearing. They brought we know what it's for. This road doesn't service public interest. It serves private gains. And it's our job to say that we stand for public interest, we defend our public dollars, we defend our land, and they should not be treading on us and taking what belongs to the public for private interests. We should go to court.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack, but the county attorney's office, the issue before us today, just kind of sum that up for us.
The issue for us today is we were served with the offer. We have 30 days to respond. How would you like us to respond?
Okay. And there's the next steps. Request appraisals, maps, plans, evaluate offers, decide whether to respond to office requests, pre-suit mediation, or force CFX to file suit and prove necessity and public purpose at the
order of taking
hearing. So.
Can I ask another quick question?
Okay.
Just quick.
Go ahead.
So pre-suit mediation, let's say you do that. You represent what our concerns are in the value, and we're met with the same good faith, but it's not satisfactory based on our governing documents. At that point, what are our options?
Well, if we can't settle pre-suit, then they'll file the lawsuit.
Okay.
And then we proceed to the order of taking hearing.
And we defend.
And then we will have to go to a court-ordered mediation or a jury trial.
Okay. So we continue to have sort of those.
Yes.
Okay.
Options, the options are still there down the road.
So is it adequate today for a motion for approval of the next steps as presented here? Is that?
I think we've got to be really clear.
Does that give you clarity?
Well, I think I would need clarity on how you want to respond, whether you want to request pre-suit mediation.
We're saying, what I'm hearing us say is we do. We do not want to lose our opportunity to negotiate. And to me, that's pre-suit mediation. in my mind, based upon how you have explained this to us today. Okay, so with that, is there a motion for the approval of we have a motion by Commissioner Scott.
What is the motion?
The pre-suit mediation, to have the conversation.
Yeah, that's kind of what's on the screen there. Okay, is there a second on that?
Can I get really quick clarification?
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're not in violation of our charter, right? Because if we if we move in this direction, the potential outcome may impact the conservation value of split oak forest. Would this action inherently then be?
Well, I think you have to understand that the charter is you're talking about, well, first of all, which charter amendment are you talking about?
The split oak charter amendment, because this is necessary for that larger project,
So
right?
the charter amendment restricts your ability to amend the FCT governing documents. That's not in play here, at least not as it's currently framed in the eminent domain
I think it was to make any motion, decision, consensus that may impact the written and the nature of. I think it's a little broader than that, but if it does affect that conservation, those promises in there.
The legal property boundary of split oak is not in play in the eminent domain case. So it's difficult for me to fathom that something in the eminent domain case would
That's what I want to
trigger
make
the
sure,
charter.
because if there is a nexus there and we are now making some decision that can be somehow interpreted as being in violation of our charter, I think I just want to make sure we're.
Okay.
Mayor,
All right, so
I have a motion. It's
we have a motion
alternative.
pending.
No, you didn't make a motion.
No, Commissioner Scott made a motion. I'm
But just
waiting on the second.
But just so I'm clear, if we go to pre-suit mediation, it is a conversation.
Yes.
And then if that conversation is successful, then we would go to court, correct?
If it's unsuccessful, we would go to court, yes.
Okay.
All right, so.
But I guess, so I'm all for being a gladiator, right? But if we can resolve this in a way that makes sense in a conversation, why not make that effort? Which is why I said pre-suit mediation. Why move right to court, which would cost a lot of money and a lot of time?
No, it's covered. Attorney fees are 100% covered by the other side, so there's no money
I
involved.
get it, but I'm saying time. If we can have some type of understanding through a conversation, why not do that as opposed to going through a court, which take a longer time that may even extend past our time in office? That's what I'm saying. Mediation is quicker because it's a conversation.
Mediation may be quicker. Mediation doesn't honor the will of the voters who have.
I'm going to go ahead and second the motion.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions at this point?
I think that we should be making in order to actually protest the taking. We should be challenging the taking. We should be challenging it. If there's no home out there.
Based upon what the legal advice has been, that it would not be proper, is that correct?
That is correct. I understand the statements made, Commissioner Samrat, maybe from some eminent domain lawyers, that is clear law, that if it's not a public purpose, they can't take it. But listen, it is not that easy, because the public purpose is a road. A public purpose is a road, and that has consistently been found to be a public purpose. And for us to spin our wheels and waste our time, I'll do what you want. I'll do what the consensus wants me to do, because I'm here to serve you.
I'm going to go ahead and call the question at this point. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. I heard a no from the right. Was that Commissioner Uribe? Okay, Commissioner Wilson, no. And Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, no. And Commissioner Simrad, no. Okay, so the motion fails. Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to challenge the taking.
Second, Wilson.
Okay, we have a motion to challenge the taking. And I will add that that is contrary to the legal advice we are being given today. And the county attorney's office is our legal advisor.
I just would say we presented to you the options that are available to you in pre-suit negotiations. If we do not engage in those pre-suit negotiations, the options for what Deborah described as creative solutions are not available to a jury. The only way we would win is if we defeated public purpose, which Deborah has counseled you is tough.
Okay. So you're saying basically if we challenge the taking, we get one shot. We don't have any opportunity.
She described to you that if we do not respond, then they can file suit in 30 days.
Okay.
And the first thing is the order of taking, in which they take the property unless we defeat the establishment of public purpose. And then if they take the property successful, that the jury is only going to consider monetary money to the county, not creative solutions. Those are only available
So
in
we
the
wouldn't be
context
able
of
to-
pre-suit negotiation.
We wouldn't be able to mitigate kind of to what Commissioner Moore was saying.
Continuing to monitor this discussion, and we're waiting to see what the commission decides to do here, discussing some of those legal questions. We have to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this Orange County Commission meeting where they're discussing what to do about the Osceola Parkway extension, whether to challenge the taking of the land, whether to engage in discussions and negotiations. We completely lost our feed a minute ago. I know now it's still kind of glitchy. We're going to do our best to take it here and listen in as they continue this discussion and get ready to vote on what they want to do as a commission. But I do want to warn you and counsel you that that the feed is having some issues. So we're going to give it a shot here, and we'll take it as long as we can and see what happens out of this Orange County Commission meeting.
Where legislators are going to change it and make it unclear. So
Please, Commissioner, I want to just present a picture, because what we know right now is that there's a House bill called the Blue Ribbon Project.
Okay.
Essentially, it allows when you have large portions of land that you get administrative approval and you can build. This road, and it's to preempt the rural boundary. It's one of the 21 that we're looking at and that actively are fighting across the entire state. But if you look where this road is going, it's lining up to start servicing the build out of that area. We cannot play into the political scheme and say that, okay, legally this is the best advice that we've got. But from the perspective of standing up for the constituents, we have to recognize the political arena we're in. They're actively scheming to preempt our local law.
I don't doubt that.
So to go into a situation and not file suit to actually challenge the condemnation on this public land that, by the way, we bought one for more than $8 million. They're only offering 2.3 on 4 parcels. I mean, it's just, we got to protect the voter integrity. And everybody up here is on a ballot. And you guys have fought hard, good fights. You deserve to be on the ballot. Don't tell your voters that you're not willing to take something to court, even though they might lose legally. You stood up.
I'm with you, but what I'm saying is this doesn't take away our ability to go to court. But also, what's the point in having all these people who spent 10 or more years in school and probably 10, 20 years working? I trust our staff.
But you're giving the road that the Blue Ribbon projects need to work.
We're not giving anything by saying let's have a conversation before we get into the arena. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm all for going to court and for fighting, but I'm also for being diplomatic, even if someone is not. Our process is to represent everybody, even those business interests. And so it's not that we shouldn't challenge it. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I'm always going to err on the side of let's have a conversation if the opportunity presents itself. We have an opportunity to be able to have a conversation. If that conversation isn't good, they come back and say it isn't good, then we go to court.
Commissioner, these are constitutional amendments. We don't have a choice to represent the Constitution of Orange County. It's our job to defend it. And the people amended the Constitution to provide us with these six things to highlight this. 2 of them are directly related to this issue, and I think it's our job to defend the will of the voters. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, just a reminder, you've got a motion on the floor that did receive a second that has not been voted on yet.
I know.
Thank you.
I didn't hear the second.
Can you restate the motion, Commissioner?
Motion to challenge the condemnation, the taking.
Is there a second?
Yes, she seconded already.
Okay. There's a second by Commissioner Wilson. All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I'm going to vote no.
No.
Commissioner Scott, no. Okay. Commissioner
Moore
was no. Okay. Motion passes 4-3. Okay. All right. With that, it's 1:33. We're supposed to start at 2. Let's
we have
let's
more
do
canvassing.
the canvassing.
We have supervisor elections here.
Say that again.
So the Orange County Commission there approving that motion to challenge the taking of that land for the CFX toll road, the Osceola Parkway extension, challenging the condemnation of that land, the basis for it being taken through eminent domain. It sounds like an offer of $2.3 million for that land in the Split Oak area in Eagles Roost. Been a lot of conversation about this. We heard a lot of public comment in the meeting earlier today, a protest outside the meeting before it began, focused on what happens to that land that they want to make sure is conserved. We are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we're going to get you to Tallahassee, and we'll hear from the House Speaker speaking live to reporters about legislative priorities. So keep it here.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look inside the House of Representatives in Tallahassee, where there is House Speaker Danny Perez, Republican from Miami, speaking to reporters now on this first day of the legislative session. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I'll answer it indirectly, but it's the best way for me to answer the question. I'm not trying to dodge it. Sure. Whether a bill has 2 stops or 4 stops, it has nothing to do with the potential success of that bill eventually becoming law. That is as genuine as I can answer that question. There are many bills that have 2 stops that probably won't make it, and there are many bills that have 4 stops that 100% will make it. It's just the way that the intention of the bill was written. It has to have a certain amount of stops based on the content of the bill itself. It has nothing to do with whether we want it to succeed or not. But that bill, like any other bill, is one that will go through the process, and we'll see what happens with it. We've had similar bills before here in the House, which I don't know the exact percentage of success, but usually those bills are pretty successful in the House. We'll see if this is similar or not.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Glenna.
The Senate minority leader and some of the Democrats, and also the House minority leader and some of the Democrats have their affordability agenda. The House minority leader was saying today she doesn't really care if their bills get on any committee, but they would like their ideas incorporated into bills. Is there anything on their agenda that you can get behind that you think will go?
I don't know what bills she's talking about in specific, but if there is a good bill that we believe is going to help the state of Florida, it's not going to matter if it's sponsored by a Republican or a Democrat. And I think I've been able to show that I care more about the policy than the person that's carrying the policy itself. So if it's a good bill that we believe is going to help the state of Florida, not just today, but long after we're gone, it will be heard. And her and I, we can talk about those bills in specific whenever she wants, and she knows she has an open door to have that discussion on behalf of her caucus with me whenever she pleases to do so. Go ahead.
The President today during his address said that the ability of the legislature to affect the cost of living, the cost of goods and services was pretty limited. I'm curious if you agree with that assessment, or if you think the legislature has room to make more of an impact on affordability.
I don't know what he had kind of in mind when he was making that comment. Probably a better question for him. I think we can tackle affordability. I think we have been tackling affordability, but of course we can always do more when it comes to affordability. It's one of the bigger issues that Floridians will tell you they have with the state of Florida, and we're working on it. We're working on affordability. It's why we passed the largest tax cut last year that the legislature had ever done. That hadn't been done before, and we're going to continue to try and cut taxes to try and keep that hard-earned dollar of every Floridian in their own pocket as opposed to giving it to the government. That's always been one of our goals. I don't think I've ever shied away from that. I've never been a big HB1, HB3, HB5 guy. I've really been more of a budget guy, and it's just because I want to cut taxes. I want hard-working Floridians to be able to afford their life here in Florida. I don't want them to leave. I don't want the next generation to have to go move to another state because it's too expensive here. So anything that's going to make it more affordable to live in Florida is something that I'm in favor of. Yes, we'll go right here, and then Gary, we'll go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You talked a little bit about your relationship with the governor. How are things between you and the Senate president? You had some very harsh criticism of him after that deal fell apart last year. What's the sitch now?
I have been consistent in my opinion. I personally, my feelings toward the Senate president, I think, have been very clear. I think he's a good husband, he's a good man, he's a good father. Politically, we've had our differences. Me personally, I've had my frustrations, and it's just frustrations from a lack of opportunity that I see for the state of Florida. If him and I were on the same page, and unfortunately, that hasn't been a possibility up to now. There's always hope that things can change. Of course, that's what we would strive for. But when we have a deal and the deal's kind of walked back, that's not something that I'm ever going to agree with, be in favor of, or support. But look, this is a new session, and if that's something that he kind of wants to change, and I'm sure his intention is to do so, I'll welcome him back with open arms. But as of right now, what's going to help our relationship is action. Words are not going to move our relationship in a positive direction. Because to me, words aren't sufficient at this point. We've gone down the path of words, and it got us in a pretty tough spot last session. So I'm going to need to see some actions, and hopefully we're able to do so. I'm hopeful of it.
What kind of action would you like to see?
Well, the tests will be before us over the next 60 days. I don't have anything in specific, but we're going to have plenty of bills that are going to want to come back and forth. And look, if, I believe the legislature should be an independent branch of government. And if you were to agree with me on that, we will be able to talk. I'll call you back when I
Gary,
see
for
the
the
first
last
test.
question.
Gary, go ahead.
Pressure.
Why is everyone sniffing your papers right now?
I would like to get some clarification on your redistricting remarks. So basically, the governor has called a special session. So regardless of whatever happens in regular session, you're going to have to come back. I think the question is whether or not, given that, does that rule out doing anything during regular session? You said it's about the timing, and I'm just wondering, well, you've already got a special session called. You have to come here for that. So are you just going to go ahead and say, okay, we're not going to do it now, we'll wait till then?
Possibly. I don't have an exact answer for you yet. So we could not. It's a kind of an ongoing conversation. I don't want to kind of diverge from a direct answer to you, Gary, but it's something that we're just not there yet. It's a conversation that we're going to start. If we're able to do something during session, great. If we do it during special session, great. I think the important part is I would expect something on redistricting when it's done is something that the jury's still out on. That's
Thank
all.
you, everyone.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
House Speaker Danny Perez speaking with reporters there on the first day of the legislative session, talking about some of their priorities, how things are going to be moving forward in the House of Representatives. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live now to this committee meeting in Tallahassee. This is the Florida Senate Community Affairs Committee. This is Senator DeSigley, who is speaking right now and talking about SB 840. This is actually a bill to fix some problems with Senate Bill 180, which was a bill that was designed for land use regulations after hurricanes and natural disasters and trying to clear some of the red tape. But one of the unintended consequences is that it has been used as an explanation and a reason for invalidating zoning regulations in a number of localities, even kind of zeroing out comprehensive plans in some areas. And so there's been a lot of talk and a lot of desire for some changes, some ways to clarify it. And so that's what we're hearing now. This bill is just called in this committee. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Comprehensive planning decisions
while cities and counties will be able to implement their decisions related to drinking water, wastewater, stormwater management, as well as compliance with state and federal planning requirements or the adoption of standards related to the National Flood Insurance Program. So, that being said, Senators, this is, I believe, a very well-balanced and thoughtful fix to what really was a great bill that had unanimous support of Senate Bill 180 last year in 2025. Mr. Chairman, that is the bill.
Thank you. Are there questions on the bill? You recognize Senator Street.
Hey, Senator. Just a quick question as to why we decreased it from the 100 miles to the 50 miles.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for that question. You know, we had a very unique hurricane season in 2024. So, unfortunately, what had happened is because we had so many storms impact the state, that 100-mile radius ultimately impacted, I think, almost every inch of the state. And when you have some of these kind of, I would say, very focused and requirements of local governments to, I'll just use DeSegli words, get government out of the way so that folks can get back and recover and rebuild. I think the narrow focus of that 50 miles is going to capture those communities that are directly impacted instead of that wide swath of an area that, you know, the Panhandle in Senator Trumbull's district and Senator Gates's district, they're dealing with some of the unintended consequences of Senate Bill 180. And I think they really didn't get impacted by those storms. So I think from a policy standpoint, it just makes sense to decrease that from 100 to 50 miles. Thank you.
And then the last one I had was, what was the purpose of being retroactive? Why did you make it? Why is the bill making it retroactive to 2024? Or is that not in there anymore?
Yeah, so the retroactivity was Senate Bill 180. This basically sunsets those, I would say, problematic sections of Section 28 that expires on June 30th of this year instead of, I think it was October 1st of 2027. So it shortens that, gives that relief, and then we take care of Section 18, which is the content of the bill that you're facing right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? There are some appearance forms. Courtney Mooney, Florida Association of Counties, waves in support. Matthew Singer, waves in support. Thank you. That is everyone that signed up to speak. Is there any debate on the bills? On the bill, Senator? Any debate? Oh, we do have Senator Masullo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Sigley, I want to compliment you for bringing this bill. While I was campaigning, probably the bill that people complained about most to me, mainly because of their misunderstanding of its intent, was Senate Bill 180. And I've assured them that in our process, we address issues and we listen to complaints, we listen to our constituents, we pay attention to local government, and we try to adjust things in such that it works for everyone. And you've done a great job with your bill doing that. And I want to thank you for bringing it. I'm certainly going to be in support.
Thank you. Senator Pizzo, you're recognized.
Thanks. I just hope that the Florida Channel picked up when you said, I'm going to use DeSegli words, and your wife went. I just hope the camera picked that up, and I'll be voting for your bill today.
Senator Sigley, you are recognized to close. I'm sorry, is there any other debate? Senator Sigley, you're recognized to close on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we don't use those DeSegli words here at the podium. Look, I'll say, and thank you, Senator Masullo, for your comments. This really has been one of the top issues that I also obviously heard throughout the summer. And, Senate Bill 180 was something that was personal for me because of what my community went through, many of our communities went through in 2024 hurricane season. And I say this in private and I'll say it publicly, I think it's appropriate to say this today. Those unintended consequences in this bill, I think there's a good argument that there's some merit to that. But that was not the spirit of Senate Bill 180. If there's a member of this legislature that wants to file a separate bill to talk about all of those things in those sections, by all means, I encourage you to do so. But I didn't want that to taint the spirit and really the solid legislation that was Senate Bill 180. And again, this is my attempt to address that, fix that. And I obviously ask for all of your favorable support today. So thank you.
Elizabeth, please call the roll on SB 840.
Senator Jones?
Yes.
Senator Leek?
Yes.
Senator Passidomo?
Yes.
Senator Pizzo?
Yes.
Senator Sharif?
Yes.
Senator Trumbull?
Yes.
Vice Chair Masulo?
Yes.
Chair McLean?
Yes. By your vote, SB 840 is reported favorably. Thank you. Now we will move on to tab 5.
The Senate Community Affairs Committee continuing with the other items on their agenda. Next, talking about the commercial construction projects. But you heard from Senator Nick DeCiglia, a Republican from St. Pete, talking there about the appetite, the need for some of those changes when it came to that Senate Bill 180. I mean, we saw it here in Orange County, some issues with the comprehensive plan there because of that. And again, that was a bill that, as you heard some of that discussion in that meeting, was designed to clear up some red tape for some a number of counties that ended up being most counties in the aftermath of hurricane recovery and trying to clear out some of the red tape and the regulations, making things easier for a post-storm recovery and rebuilding and all kinds of things like that. But again, some of the unintended consequences, as you heard them talk about in that committee meeting, what it was doing was really kind of going beyond the initial scope of things. And so there has been a lot of talk at the local level. We've heard discussions at the Orange County Commission's meeting. We've seen lawmakers and others speaking at news conferences and other events talking about the need to clean some of this up. And this bill, as you heard from Senator DeCiglia, does some things to do that, makes some clarifications, sunsets some of those other provisions from the law that was passed last session. And so we will see what comes from that. So let me give you a live look right now at the the Detroit Economic Club, where President Donald Trump is expected to speak here any minute now. It looks like he may be early. We were told around 2 o'clock, and so I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on right now. Yeah, he's being introduced here. It does appear that he's going to be speaking early, making some remarks to the Detroit Economic Club after he toured a plant earlier in the Detroit area. So in Michigan today, really focused on the economy and getting ready to speak and address that economic club in Michigan. So we can, has been introduced. You hear the song God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood, one of the songs that he often walked into, and that is playing right now. A number of the flags behind him there, the presidential podium off to the side, and getting ready to hear from the president speaking very shortly here at the Detroit Economic Club in Michigan. So let's go ahead and listen in as the president walks to the podium.
Thank you very much. What a place. I've been here before. When we spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we were going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. You've become more of that since I've been in, a lot more. Factories and plants were going to close, and now they're going 24 hours. I just let Bill Ford, he's running his plant, 150 plant, 24 hours a day, round the clock. It wasn't running that way two years ago, I can tell you. But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry, is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian. Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Hi, Steve. Nice looking man. Nice looking guy. And board chair Sandy Pierce. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you very much. And we have some very special people here. We have a man who's doing a fantastic job. I get angry at him.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. If you are just joining us on the TV side here, we want to welcome you in. We've been listening to President Donald Trump just began speaking about 5 minutes ago, walking up to the podium at the Detroit Economic Club, talking about the economy, a number of other issues as well. He toured an auto plant in Detroit earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in as the president speaks.
No, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of this state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of, oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back, we're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think, every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why would we do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all right. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 505, 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And this is what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela, I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack where we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single, inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was said to me by many leaders. By almost every metric, we have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it was very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers. Based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers, because, you know, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, you know, a disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids, and we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil, and now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it. The biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation, almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay, right? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting to, the fakers were projecting to. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say, I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed, and I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's, no matter who, if it's beyond me as president, it's no matter who's president. You have a good quarter, and they want to kill it because they're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly. It's sickening. We announce good numbers, and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Do you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on Earth. We're the #1 economy on Earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's really begun almost from the beginning. It almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th, when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history, and now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters, and now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster, because you would have had people leave. You would have not had $1 trillion. You would have had 5 trillion, 10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife. My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time. I said, don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years. But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. There was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt and some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, They brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Koch. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers, gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. And now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves, they picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. Thing. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just like, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for that. Most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. Makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they're paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before, and they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. Countries get involved. They pay them because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong, and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. If you had the other person, everybody, we wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The economic club would be saying, like, man, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough, the chairman. This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately. The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric, foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China, would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great, but we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%, and that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year. And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember, they said I didn't come here. Then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent, I will tell you that, for years and years. Even as a private businessman, for years I used to, because I get, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the importance. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my fifth favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, you know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? When you think? Remember the speeches Joe would make? First of all, they'd last a matter of seconds, you know. Thank you very much. You ever notice Joe would always cough before a speech? State of the Union, he gets, ladies and gentlemen. And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good, remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating, he was up there way up. That was a bad speech. But, hey, he got through it, you know, he got through it. If you call it getting through, this country was so, can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals, many of them murderers? What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. You know, those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build a plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, I mean, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking? What happens? Where's Brian? Brian, oh, I see. He made some cash. He's out to Florida. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're going to have to. He is such a great guy, right? Man, that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy, he got it. 4 years ago, he got it, right at the beginning. He understood it better than anybody, better than the great economists. They had no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. I mean, you're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just spoke to an AI guy, and that's booming too. You know, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, you know, the amount of electricity they need is, they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States.
President Trump continuing to speak right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. President Trump continuing to speak live right now in Detroit. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
I'd probably do that too. A change. I'd be in favor. Then if it failed, I'd say, I told him not to do it. That's what they did. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever, and they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame, and we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy, because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they have bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You could be a genius, try selling transgender for everybody, open borders, let the world come in. Let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person, but they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6", he weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump on him that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they'd put on, stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They've fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you can go to sleep During the time the man comes in and the woman, you can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long-distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and sleep for a while. Who the hell wants that? It's so demeaning to women and who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them, and it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, could you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing in women's sports? They'd think you're crazy. Or transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation on children, that's one of my standard lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that 15 years ago? People would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers, over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well, we're taking in so much money with the tariffs, I just gave them $1,776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, you know, if you had $1 more, $1,776. They said, that was a good idea. We could afford $1 more. We gave them $1,776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy is trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's $1.95, $1.99, $1.97. As we speak, these are gas stations, and think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy. We're going to have a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, you know, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? It's got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible. And save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say, make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. It would have happened to us, I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, it would have happened to us. In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. They never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. I say, they caused it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake, and they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else down. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down. And it's coming down much faster than anybody can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because here normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. Two beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration.
President Trump continuing to speak right now, talking about affordability and some of the things that his administration has done to help with that. Also saying, pinpointing that, blaming Democrats for causing it, and continuing to say it's a fake word. It's saying today he's previously called it a hoax, but talking about the steps they're taking to address that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will get you right back to President Trump on the other side of this break. Welcome back in. President Donald Trump continuing to speak at the Detroit Economic Club. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Companies were tough, but they were fine. But they said the countries will never do it because you have a pill that sells for $10, you have to sell it for $20 or $30. So you'd have to double or triple the price of their health care there for prescription drugs. Ours would come down from $130 to $20. Theirs would go from $10 to $20. the world being a bigger place. And it was unbelievable, but the countries wouldn't do it. So I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, then I'm going to put a tariff on you. And the tariff's going to be 20 times more than the cost that you're having to pay for fair health care. And every one of them said, sir, we agree with you 100%. We would be honored to do it. It was really rather amazing. We could never do it. So think of that. You have most favored drug prices. Your drug prices are going to go down like from $100 to $10. Nobody can believe it. And we can't get the fake news to write about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in medicine. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare. And I cannot get the New York Times, I cannot get anybody to write about it. When we got it done and we announced it, it was on a page way in the back of the New York Times. Same with others. They don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it's so good. It's the biggest thing to happen. Over the past 12 months, almost every promise I made to you right here in 2024 has been kept. I've kept all my promises and much more. I mean, I've given you much more than I gave you promises, and I produced much more than I said I was going to produce. I gave you the largest tax cuts in American history, cutting taxes across the board in the great, big, beautiful bill. And as I told you, I mean, who would have gotten you no tax on tips, as I said before, no tax, I said over and over again, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Any senior should be voting for us because the Democrats won't do this. It doesn't work for them. And we also made interest on car loans fully tax deductible so that when you go out and buy a car, if you have a mortgage or you get a loan on a car, you're allowed to deduct interest for the first time ever. That's never happened before. But only for cars that are stamped with the beautiful words, made in the USA. In other words, we're only letting that take place if the car is made like in Detroit or in the USA. Our tax cuts also provided 100% bonus depreciation on all new equipment and capital investments, meaning that for any manufacturer looking to bring production back to America, you can write it all off, everything. Not in 38 years, not in 44 years, in 1 year. You write the whole thing off in 1 year. That's the biggest thing there. I think that's the biggest thing. That's the big job producer. And I've cut an unprecedented number of burdensome regulations. We're number one in the history of our country in cutting regulations. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. So if we put on a regulation, the only way I'll allow it to happen is if the secretary, like Scott Bessent, cuts 10 old regulations. But instead, last year we actually cut 129 regulations for every one that we put in. Think of that. So nobody's ever cut regulations like I have. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate and ended the war on internal combustion engines. Once and for all, those engines were gone. And some people like them. And if they like them, great. And if they like electric, if they like any form of propulsion, any way you want to propel your car is okay, except for a couple of them, as I discussed. I permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. You know what the CAFE standards are? They're standards that make it impossible for you to build a car affordably. They make it impossible for a car to really work right. The CAFE standards sound so nice. The CAFE standards, it's environmental standards that are impossible to meet. And we're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standard, one of the worst ever. And I revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating automobiles all over our nation, all over our world. Boy, I have done so much for the car industry. It's crazy. Nobody thought it was possible to do this. And that's why your industry, and not everybody's in the car industry in this. How many people are in the car industry in this room, in one way or another? That's a lot, relatively. It's not bad. Another urgent priority for bringing down the cost of living is to stop the colossal fraud that is bleeding American taxpayers absolutely dry. The fraud being committed by the Somali population in Minnesota. Have you heard of them? They're lovely people. Is monumental. And California, Illinois, New York, and others are just as bad. Our country has been losing over $500 billion to fraud every single year, but those days are over. We have the best group you've ever seen assembled going after fraud. In Minnesota, we're cracking down on the Somali scams. ending the brazen and shameless theft of taxpayer dollars. Well, it's going on in Maine, too, with Somalis. You know, and they don't take our ships anymore. You know why? We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with the boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? 97%. And we're trying we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done. By sea, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those that have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers. But you can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats. Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags that you see cellophane with white, typically it's not fishing. How about the couple of submarines we took down? We took out 2 submarines, and the Democrats say they were fishing. No, they were submarines. They were actually, they build a very fast, it's a drug-carrying submarine. They have a lot of money. And we took them out, and the Democrats claimed that they were fishing. We shouldn't ruin people's beautiful fishing journey. It's unbelievable what we have to go through. It's really a shame, actually. We've frozen all children's payments to those states that we're talking about, and we will now require proof of attendance in order to receive federal funding for child care or any of that. How about all these child care places in Minnesota where there is no children? They go there, they get paid millions and millions of dollars. The biggest operation in all of Minnesota had no children. And we pay millions of dollars. They're scammers. They're scammers. They always will be. And we're getting them out, and we're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay Minnesota. Right, Scott? We're not paying Minnesota any more money for that, any of that crap. It's a big scam. It's a giant scam run by an incompetent, crooked governor. He's an incompetent, crooked guy. And also, we're freezing any and all welfare payments going to illegal immigrants that will start effective immediately. So when illegals come into California, Gavin Newsom, they come into California, and they send us bills for people coming in. We're not paying it. So we're working on that very strongly. Just don't pay it. As Nancy Reagan would say, just say no. Remember Nancy Reagan, just say no to drugs. It's a little more difficult than that, I guess, right? But just say no. Additionally, from this moment forward, if you're on public assistance like almost all Somalis are, did you see where 94% of them are on public assistance? You can't wire money out of the country back to your bank account from where you came. But more importantly, we probably aren't even going to give them the money anymore, the money going to them, because of the tremendous abuse and probably illegality being perpetrated on our country. We're not going to give them the money. We're not giving them the money.
President Trump continuing to speak right now. We've got to take one more break this hour here on Florida Live. We'll be right back, and then we'll get you back to the president as he continues to speak at the Detroit Economic Club. So keep it here. Welcome back in. President Trump continuing to speak now. He's speaking at the Detroit Economic Club, talking about a number of topics, talking about the economy, the market, talking about the Fed, wanting the Fed to lower rates. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
The Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. Think of that Ilhan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have police. They don't have anything. All they have is murder and robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile, ping. That's the end of them. It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, you know. The same one, exactly the same one. But think of it, she comes from a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's a total scam artist. Anybody knows it. How do you let her get away with it? AOC +3. She was one of the three. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers, wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it so impossible for you. And you wonder why. Why would they do that? You know, do they want to live with murderers? Do they want to live with these people that are emptied out from prisons? They have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua was the gang. One of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world, they say. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're getting them out. We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. And they know it, too. And one of the reasons they're doing these fake riots, I mean, they're just terrible. I mean, you see it's so fake. Shame, shame, shame. You see the woman, that's all practice. They go practice. They go to areas, they take hotel rooms, and they all practice together. It's a whole scam. We're finding out who's funding all this stuff, too. We pretty much know. But in conclusion, as we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Together we have turned the page forever on the failed left-wing model that makes our America poor, desolate, and makes people feel sorry for us. That's what we had. We had a country where our leader was laughed at and our country was scorned. We had a country that was laughed at
President Trump still speaking at the Detroit Economic Club right now. We are out of time here on Fox 35 TV, but we will continue listening in to President Trump and bring more news to you as well once he wraps up. Coming up on Fox Local, YouTube, and on TikTok, where we are live streaming today. So live streaming of this continues on those digital platforms. So thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
As well. And we're putting the productive hard country where we all began and where it all began, and frankly, a country.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are continuing to listen into President Donald Trump speaking live right now at the Detroit Economic Club.
More prosperous than ever before. I want to again thank the Detroit Economic Club. You do a fantastic job, so respected. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump wrapping up his remarks there, where he spoke for about an hour and 5 minutes, talked about a number of topics about the economy and a number of other things as well, speaking to the Detroit Economic Club. We still have a lot to get into this hour. Let me take you live to Tallahassee, where Senate President Ben Albritton continuing to speak with reporters live right now on the first day of the legislative session here in the state of Florida.
Reinstate caps across all med mal cases, not just the wrongful death cases. So I'm wondering, I'm assuming the bill's going to be brought up this year, and I'm wondering, as the Senate President, will you support a bill without caps on all med mal cases, or are you uncomfortable? And I'd like a follow-up on the fetal wrongful death bill also.
Oh, so you want to ask two questions?
I did. I waited to the end, but if you could predict give us your feeling on the fetal wrongful death bill and whether that will also pass.
Yeah, so understanding a prediction at this point on day one of session is pretty difficult. What I will say about that was a bill that Clay Yarbrough filed last year, I believe if I remember correctly, over here, the wrongful death bill. That was an interesting bill to watch go through the process. The senator did a great job with it. I will tell you, I don't know if it is filed over here or not at this point. I don't know. So,
But can you support a wrongful death bill that would not place caps on all medical malpractice cases?
Well, my personal opinion is that without some conversation about caps, you do run the risk of increasing medical malpractice insurance. And, sorry?
Oh, I have a question, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, I'm open to have a conversation about caps. Yes, I voted in support of those. So, is the number right? That's a matter of opinion, right? So, you wanted to ask me about the
the bill's been moving through the House and Senate quickly. I know you say you're pro-life. Is this an important bill to you? I know you can't predict, but...
That's Senator Grawl's bill, right?
Yes, sir.
I know this. It's important to Senator Grawl, and we'll see how the Senate responds. Yeah.
Mr. President,
this will be the last question.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize if I interrupted you there. Affordability is the latest buzzword, and today we've heard property taxes all day, and quite frankly, people like me, I live in South Florida, they're not that bad. I just got kicked off Citizens like so many of my neighbors, and my house insurance now is like $10,000. A few years ago, you guys were working on that like crazy. Where do we stand? Or you got anything in this session you're going to try to push through to help with insurance, which is really the thing that is affordability for most people?
Yes, there are going to be two things that I'll bring up in the context of affordability of property insurance in Florida. There are two drivers that are, now granted, let me say this, there are two drivers that are largely responsible for property insurance rates in Florida. The first one is, and not all is, but the first one is frivolous litigation. And the second is storms. Those are the two big drivers. Now here's the good news. The good news is for Floridians, we passed tort reforms a couple years ago. I lose track. Things fly pretty fast, but I think it was 2 or 2.5 years ago under President Pasadomo and Speaker Renner. We passed some tort reforms that were substantial, and those have integrated themselves into the system, and now the number of lawsuits has been coming down. Those are cost drivers. Secondly, thank the good Lord, there was no storm this year. Now, if we can hope for a little luck going forward, sure, those two major drivers then will be able to start doing that in clear terms instead of doing this. So there's a part of it that's within our control, and we did our part with the tort reform. The other part of it, it's up to the good Lord. So, you know, there was a period of time to where we went, I think, maybe 8 or 10 years without a storm here, right? We just exited a period of time over the last several years to where there were several major hurricanes. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to go to Southwest Florida and look at what happened with Hurricane Ian. Holy moly. So if we've now, with some luck and some blessing, if we've moved out of that, those two factors are going to work together, and we're going to see some relief, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very expectant that that's what we're going to see.
Thanks,
So,
guys.
anyhow.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Nice to see you. Enjoy your first day.
Okay.
Oh, are you going to do one tomorrow?
Yeah, after.
Okay.
Senate President Ben Albritton speaking to reporters there on the first day of the legislative session, first of at least 60 days in the legislative session, the regular session, we should say, because there are already plans for a special session as well to talk about redistricting. Now, I did have the chance to catch up just a little bit ago with Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. She's in Tallahassee at the state capitol on this first day. We talked about what to expect with this upcoming legislative session and some of the interesting things that we are already seeing there from the Capitol. Kimberly, you are joining us live today from the state capitol on this first day of the legislative session. I'm sure a busy day for you and the rest of the Politico team.
Yeah, look, I mean, lots of running around. We get to talk to some of the leaders of state government and see what some of their priorities are this year. The long and short of it is that there are a lot of folks not really getting along. The governor would not shake House Speaker Daniel Perez's hand today when he came in to deliver his speech. It was noticed, is all I'm going to say. It was noticed by those in the room. It was noticed by the speaker himself. And so I don't know how they get to mending this. That's one of the big questions that has been left sort of unanswered. Yes, everyone acknowledges that there are still rifts all around, but nobody is saying what steps they're going to be taking to get along, and they will need to get along in order to actually get some of these really big to-do items done.
Yeah, that's very interesting as we're heading into this. There's been a lot of discussions about the dynamics of the legislature and the governor, especially after what happened last session, which seemed like, things weren't necessarily great. But now, I mean, like you said, where do things go from here?
I mean, they're still not good. The Senate and the governor appear to all be on the same page and to be getting along really well. They seem to agree essentially with what the governor is saying, but we're also not really hearing the Senate come out really in front of anything except for this rural renaissance measure that they want to try to pass again this year. Didn't get a lot of clarity over whether it would then be taken up by the House. And so there are just diverging priorities, I've been covering Florida for a little while now, and it used to be whenever the governor said, here's my list of priorities, people basically the lawmakers rushed in to do whatever he said as quickly as they could and just sort of, meet that demand. And things have changed now. This is the governor's last year in office. He hasn't cultivated necessarily that many great relationships. And so that has left things very tense. Everyone is kind of acknowledging that it feels that way. And so that's really the difference now, is that people are being a lot more open about how they feel. But, it's the first day of 60. And so probably longer, actually, if they can't get on the same page. There's already going to be a special session on redistricting. And so, expect to be covering what the governor's last year in office and how it goes with Tallahassee for a while over the next year.
And Governor DeSantis did deliver his final State of the State address today. What stood out to you about what he said or maybe didn't say in that joint session?
The thing is, the governor, I've always felt, as someone who really likes to put on a big production and a big show. Over the years, he's had sort of these big surprises for us reporters, where he'll, do a press conference and everyone will go, "Whoa, where did that come from?" And it'll be some big announcement. Today was far more subdued than that. He reiterated a lot of his same priorities. I would say the biggest one for him is going to be regulating artificial intelligence. He talked about that at length, but he also didn't have anyone in the audience to kind of point to. Sometimes he's had guests over the years where he can say, okay, well, here's my big accomplishment, and here's someone in the audience who, represents this or is backing this, and things like that. It was just much more muted this time around. Now I will say he does have a long to-do list, a robust one that, is potentially too kind of big to maybe pass. I mean, the idea of getting rid of property taxes on primary homes is going to face a lot of resistance, even if it does get on the ballot. And so there's just, in order for him to be successful, he's going to need these relationships. And so, we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out.
He also focused a lot of that speech, he did obviously go into the upcoming priorities, spent a lot of time looking back at the last 7 years and also talking about kind of big picture of things that we heard, some of the Democrats in their response say, well, this was a political stump speech setting up for whatever's next for him, after he leaves the governor's office.
Well, who knows what's next, right? I mean, it seems like 2028 is kind of baked in on the Republican side. Yeah, it was a lot of the Governor DeSantis's greatest hits, I guess you could say. A lot of reiterating that. That's something that we're used to seeing. Those of us who tune into all of his press conferences, he's always going through that sort of laundry list of things that he feels he's gotten done, delivered for the state. But I wouldn't say necessarily that there isn't still a lot more that he has on his list. I mean, and again, these are things that are going to get a lot of resistance. He wants to kind of go out with a bang. He says he's not going to slow down. I think we're going to see a lot more, even in the next couple weeks, even coming from the First Lady's initiative, the sort of MAHA initiative that she's taken a lead on. I think they're going to have more products that they're going to try to oversee and test and all these different things. I think they're going to, I think whatever the federal government does, they're going to want to sort of replicate. And I also think that now because the governor remains popular among the GOP electorate, that so many of the different candidates for governor are going to be put on the spot for anything he wants to do. They're going to be asked, well, do you also support this? And how much do you support it? And all these different things. So that's where it gets a little bit tense as well, I think.
That being said, about the candidates for governor, got to ask you, with Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins entering the race yesterday, something that we've been talking about for months, I think, but finally officially doing so and making that announcement on the eve of the start of this legislative session.
Yeah, and I just caught him a few minutes ago on the floor out there as he was exiting the chamber. Yeah, I mean, look, he says they decided a while ago that it's go time for them. He doesn't have the governor's endorsement. Will that change? I don't know. It's not looking great. And he polls pretty low. He doesn't have the same fundraising. I think Byron Donalds too has an advantage. He's not just being endorsed by Trump, but he has so many of the Trump 2024 alumni working around him. So he has that kind of dream team behind him. He's raised so much money. So for anyone who gets into the race, it's going to be hard. The only one who comes close, according to polling, and not even close, more actual double digits, because it's still a big gap, would be if Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis decides to get in. But it's still very early. I think this is, like I mentioned, how the governor's positions those who are currently running for governor are going to be put on the spot to talk about. They're then going to put each other on the spot when it comes to some of these different issues. They're going to be attacking each other over positions, over character, over votes that they've taken, things they've said over the years. So all of that can chip away, perhaps. But the way things are looking now, it almost looks like no contest for Byron Donalds.
Going to be an interesting campaign, going to be an interesting legislative session, like you set up for us. So what are you watching for next as things start to get underway in Tallahassee?
Well, another thing I'm looking at, actually, if looking beyond Tallahassee, is that we're actually going to have a vacant U.S. House seat in Florida, if I could address that, because it turns out that Evan Power, who is leading the Republican Party of Florida, is very strongly considering running for that seat. So that's just fresh off the press for you. I just talked to Evan Power earlier. He's very interested. He's looking at it. He's going to make a decision soon. And I think that is going to, well, we'll see how it goes. But right now, it's the only vacant seat heading into the 2026 election. Obviously, redistricting can change some of that, but so that is something to watch for in detail in tomorrow's Florida Playbook.
All right, so we will stay tuned for that. Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and Florida Playbook author. Always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for talking with us today from Tallahassee.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay.
We have some sad news out of Citrus County, where a middle school student died and his best friend was critically injured when a hole they were digging at a park collapsed in on them. This happened at Sportsman's Park in Inverness. Now, an online fundraiser posted by the family of one of the teenagers said that the boys had been digging a tunnel in sugar sand for about 2 weeks. Their family said they became concerned when the boys did not come home for lunch. When they went to the park, they did not find the two teenagers. However, they did see the sand and they called for help. Deputies said the boys were about 4 to 5 feet down and were likely digging this hole with some type of a shovel. First responders said it took them about 30 minutes to dig them out. One of the boys died at an area hospital while the other was flown to Shan's Hospital in Gainesville in critical condition. Both of the teenagers attended Inverness Middle School. The middle school announced that it would have counselors, social workers, and school psychologists available to students, faculty, and staff throughout the week. Construction on the Howard Franklin Bridge may be coming closer to an end, but one of those construction sites was the site of a deadly crash last night. A driver who troopers say did not heed construction signs died, and 3 construction workers were injured. This happened on the southbound side shortly before 10 o'clock last night. The Florida Highway Patrol says a man from Georgia was traveling southbound when he did not yield to the construction signs. He entered a closed lane of that construction area, and that's where he struck a truck. That truck was being driven by a construction worker who was working at the time. Troopers said there were also 2 other construction workers aboard that truck at the time of the crash. Now, upon impact, the debris struck a third vehicle that was driven by an 18-year-old man. The driver who hit the construction workers was killed. Those construction workers were taken to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. That 18-year-old whose truck was struck by the debris was not injured. The last remaining free parking spots along the beach in Pinellas County may soon be coming to an end. Indian Rocks Beach commissioners will vote tonight on whether to implement paid parking near beach access points. Under the proposal, 182 beach access parking spots would cost $4.50 an hour using the Park mobile app. Indian Rocks Beach manager Ryan Henderson said this pilot program could bring in significant revenue, adding that the money would be used to address stormwater infrastructure, maintenance needs, and improve beach access. For years, Indian Rocks Beach was the only beach community in Pinellas County without paid parking. Vice Mayor Commissioner Janet Wilson said the city is looking to follow the path of neighboring beach towns, but not everyone is in favor. One resident we spoke to said she often drives to the beach and walks along the shoreline, but the hourly cost would have her thinking twice about making that sunset stop. City officials said residents would still be able to park for free in designated resident-only spaces and public parking areas. They would need blue resident parking stickers, however, to access those spots. City commissioners are expected to vote on it during its meeting tonight at 6 p.m. Public comment will be allowed. Now, if it is approved, the city commissioners would fine-tune the details of this pilot program and then they make a final decision in February.
That is our Tampa connection today. And now to a wild story out of Brevard County where 2 toddlers were seen wandering into traffic. Thankfully, someone stopped and rescued them and captured the whole thing on their dashboard camera video. Fox 35's Esther Bauer has more.
Garrett, the video literally stops you in your track when you see these 2 little babies, which the person that recorded it thinks they're like 1 to 1.5 years old, literally running into the street on A1A. Living here on the Space Coast, we know how busy and how fast drivers go on A1A beachside, so you just really can't believe what you are seeing. Now, the good news is John, who recorded this dash cam front and back of his car, was able to safely pull off the road, run into traffic, and literally scoop up both of these babies. Since they are 1 to 1.5 years old, they weren't able to say where they came from, what they were doing, where their home was. He was just screaming in the street, "Is anyone missing children? I have these babies." They were running into the highway. At that point, he starts walking around on Sunny Lane, which is the street where they came from. Only about 4 houses on that road, but he saw an open gate at one of the homes, and the children kind of start pointing back there. He goes back to peer in the gate, and he sees a a coloring book, some crayons, and the little girls were definitely seeming like they knew that area. So he goes up to front door, starts knocking, knocking, knocking. No one ends up coming out, but he's hearing a lot of loud noise inside. He just wants to get these kids back where they belong. He kind of shimmies the door and it opens up. He walks inside. John says to the family, "Are you missing something?" And they quickly realize, oh my God, he has my children. So these twin girls were safely reunited with their family. But you can imagine this father, he has 5 children, totally shaken up. And he said if he would have seen a tragedy, had these kids been run over or hit, he doesn't think he could have lived to see that. He said it would have affected his life, his entire life going forward. He says anyone in his position would have stopped and tried to save these kids. But the reality is, the video shows it, other cars weren't stopping. It was just John that stopped. And then John's trying to get the other vehicles to stop, letting them know there are children in the street. So the big PSA he wants to get out there is just slow down. Don't text and drive. Don't be looking at the radio. You really never know what could happen, especially on such a busy stretch of the highway. I will let you know the Brevard County Sheriff's Office has now seen the video, and this family tells me they've now been contacted by deputies. We are working to confirm what the Sheriff's Office is looking to learn going forward. But good news is these twin girls that were wandering around the highway lost are now back home safe. And it's all thanks to this driver, John, who saw something, pulled off, and was able to save them. So terrifying situation that ended so well.
Yeah, certainly glad they are okay. Absolutely crazy video. It only takes an instant, so glad that he was there, stopped, and got them back home safely. Now, one of the things I want to circle back to that happened in Tallahassee, when we talked with Kimberly Leonard just a little bit ago, you heard her talk about Governor DeSantis not shaking the hand of House Speaker Danny Perez. During his media availability this afternoon, he was asked about that and what it might mean for the upcoming session and their interactions with the governor. Here's what Speaker Perez said.
I did notice that, obviously, by my body language. I'm always willing to shake the governor's hand. I'm able to compartmentalize. Obviously, personally, we aren't on the same page, but politically, we have a job to do. We were elected by the people to do a job. I'm able to compartmentalize that and do my job. Part of that is being cordial. There was a person who stopped me after I got off the rostrum who has been in this chamber for many decades and said they had never seen that, and it was a sad day for the state. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. The same way I've always said, I'll answer his call whenever he wants. I'll meet with him whenever he wants. I'll talk about any issue he wants. It's okay to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have a certain amount of respect that I think everyone else should also have in being in this position. And part of that is treating other people with respect, and that's why I kind of turned over waiting for a handshake. But obviously, it wasn't reciprocated.
Do you think the icy relationship is going to impact session? Do you see that being a problem this session?
Look, I don't see it as a problem. His personal opinion of me, really doesn't change the mission of the House. The mission of the House, as you guys heard today, is very focused on the membership, focused on them being able to represent their different constituencies. Obviously, every part of the state is different. Every county of the 67 is different. That's the mission of the House. Whether the governor wants to be petulant and not shake the hand of a partner, that's on him. It's not going to change our direction.
So interesting comments there from the House Speaker, and we will see if it has any impact. We talked about how last session was a little bit messy with the governor and the legislature on a little bit of a different page. Certainly seems like things are starting off that way as well, and going to be some interesting dynamics as we talked about with Kimberly just a little bit ago. But again, this is just the first day of 60 in the legislative session, and then more to follow with the a special session that's expected in April, specifically on redistricting. So we will have much more coverage from Tallahassee, tracking a lot of those bills that we're going to be watching, including AI, property taxes, some of the cell phone bills, a number of the things that we have talked about on Fox 35 News, here on Fox 35 News Plus. And the bills that matter to you, things that, a lot of the things that they discuss in Tallahassee are things that have impacts on all of our everyday lives as Floridians. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on that session as things really begin to get underway. More hearings set for this afternoon, more hearings set for tomorrow and the rest of the week. So just shaping up to be a busy week as the session gets underway. So that is kind of where things stand this afternoon. We are just about out of time for our live streaming. We've been with you the last 4.5 hours here on Fox Local, YouTube, also streaming on TikTok today. So we appreciate you joining us. Going to hand things off now to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who is going to be in and joining us for Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next on Fox Local. So you can stay tuned for more live streaming weather coverage right after this.